quote, blasphemy, unquote, in relation to a religious person. I think that most of the critics are kind of hiding and not coming forward. I think Rushdie himself, I can understand that he will try to say it is not, but it is. It is a very heavy criticism. The second point is something that has not been brought up at all in discussion, it's always remaining on the religious level, is that there is a wonderful subplot concerning the Imam sitting in Kensington, and going back, it is to a country called Dash in the case of the book, but it is obviously Ayatollah is the image. Those two things, I think, are, if you have anything to say on that.
Well, you get a very good class of question from Binghamton, I must say.
Sunni
I
at
remember,
Binghamton.
yeah, I've been up there once, and I remember it's the same.
My hometown.
Yeah. It is?
Mm.
Oh, well. Blasphemy. Look, the word Mahound is used in the novel. And Mahound is, for those who haven't read this yet, an extremely abusive term leveled against the Prophet Muhammad by the Crusaders centuries ago, implying that he not just had failed to be the messenger of God, but that he was actually an emissary of the devil. Therefore, it's tremendously, just to use the word is enough indeed to offend people who don't want to inquire any further. But the word is specially used in a way that satirizes its use. Salman says in the book, look, I use it just as so many other words began as terms of abuse. Impressionist, for example, began as a term of abuse for the school of painting that adopted it. Suffragette was a term of abuse for campaigners for women's rights. Black was a term of abuse at one point. The words Tory and Whig, political party names, both began as terms of abuse. People took the names on themselves as a way of drawing the sting, if you see what I mean, as a way of inverting them and turning them back as satirical, ironic weapons against the intolerant. That's what he's attempting to do. It's a very honorable enterprise. It's perfectly justifiable to try. And we could go even further into this, but I did also say it at the beginning, and I do still insist, that if he had wanted simply to be offensive and to say this religion is nonsense as far as I can see, that's also his right.
Columbus, Georgia, you're on the air.
Good evening. I was born and raised in the Middle East. I'm not Muslim, I'm a Christian. It seems to me like the West really don't understand the Islamic word, period. I have a couple of things I'd like to mention. The Muslim world or the Arab world always looks at the West with suspicion because the West never accepted the fact that Muhammad is the final word from God to mankind. The second thing, the Muslim leaders or the Muslim leadership in the Arab world or Iran or anywhere in the world, the Islamic world, use the scary tactics to scare their followers. And they rally their followers by scaring them or use religion for political motives, for their own benefit. I don't think really anything wrong with Rushdie's book by expressing his opinion, but then you take the percentage of the educated people in that part of the world. The ones they read the book, they're very, very few. And the ones they read it probably couldn't understand it well, but they used it for their own benefit to manipulate the public opinion in their own countries to rally the support for the failing regimes like the Khomeinis and so forth. So I think, we have to look at their background, how they think and how they operate, and take actions according to their actions, not how we'd like to be judged, but how they judge us in the West, according to their standards, not our standards.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Yeah, good, fair observation. I mean, but I would strengthen a bit what you say about they haven't read it and may not have understood it, even if they have. They can't have read it. It's not available even in English in the Muslim world, and most people in the Muslim world speak either Arabic or Farsi or Urdu, and it hasn't been translated into any of those. And then you have to remember that, unfortunately, these regimes coexist with a very, very high level of illiteracy. Furthermore, and finally, there's a commandment that you don't read such books if you're told they're unclean or impure or blasphemous. So there are about 4 or 5 reasons why these people and their leaders cannot know what they're talking about. And that, in a way, is what's frightening about this challenge, because it's a challenge that is proud of being thus one with which it's very difficult to compromise.
Los Angeles, California.
Yes, my concern is not necessarily with the First Amendment right, which we have and which we use. My concern is with the publisher and with the bookstore. And as an author, I was wondering if this gentleman could make any suggestions as to how we might apply pressure on those entities who, in fact, are really denying me my right by no longer publishing it and no longer selling it to buy it.
Caller, have you tried to buy the book?
Yes,
And what were you told?
it's not available.
You tried it in the chain stores?
Yes, sir.
What about independent stores?
No, I haven't.
Well, I think there's some good advice in yesterday's New York Times from someone with whom I almost never agree, though I admire him as a writer, William Safire, who says, go browse at B. Dalton, go browse at Walden Books, see what you want to buy, and then go to your nearest independent bookstore and spend your money there. That's the best way to punish them. It's a little extra trouble, but I think worth it. And it is the only language, currency that they understand. Then I think and hope we may hear soon from the PEN organization, which groups American authors and international writers, of some bankable, famous authors who will say they don't want their books sold in these chains too. There is talk of this. I mean, that's the most I know for now. But that, I think, would be a very fitting reply.
What's your response to the argument of the chain owners who say we're just trying to protect our employees and our customers?
Well, my response would honestly be that dues have to be paid. They make a good living out of the fact that we have freedom of speech. So do I. That's how I make my living. But I recognize that that doesn't come from the sky. It wasn't given me by God. It's the result of a willingness to sacrifice by people earlier on. The dues we're asking them to pay are not very great. They haven't been threatened. There is no threat against the distribution of the book. The injunction does not apply to them. The injunction applies to the author and his publisher. So they're crying before they've been paid. Second, if they worry about security, deal with the security. But you don't make us any more secure by removing the book.
Silver Spring, Maryland. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about blasphemy or the Muslim mindset. What I really want to say is that this reminds me of the reaction we have. A lot of Americans sit around every time we have a book on the Holocaust, and they say, how did all those good Germans let it all happen? Well, it happens when we have a commission on pornography and Playboy and Penthouse disappear from 7-Eleven and Kmart. And then it happens with this kind of thing happening with the bookstores and the fear. And we're so self-righteous about other people who didn't stand up and be counted. And when we're asked to count, we turn tail and run so often, and freedom isn't going to last that way.
Thank you, Silver Spring.
Well put, but there are always people like yourself, Madam Evidently, which is the encouraging thing. That's much more to the point. There are invariably people, I believe, in this court who say, no, I'm not going to be treated like this, I'm not going to be told that thing. I will decide that for myself. In the end, that idea is going to win, but it's more democratic, more intelligent, more modern. It's more efficient to think like that than to be permanently under a mental cloud.
We've got enough time to talk more about the PEN organization and what their plans are. Are you a member?
I'm ashamed to say I'm not a member, but they've gained one member by this. You know, another thing I thought, I'll pay the dues one day. I will now. What they're doing is tomorrow in New York City, and I believe today on the West Coast, holding public readings from the book with authors stepping to the microphone in relay, holding the book and reading from it and establishing the right for it not just to be written, but to be heard and read, which is part of the right. And that'll happen in New York City tomorrow morning at noon in the downtown gallery, and will be carried, I think, everyone there would put their names to say, we affirm this about the book, and then we'll see if anyone wants to add us all to it. But I don't believe it. It's stupid, wicked, bluff, and there's no reason.
Christopher Hitchens, columnist for The Nation and author of a book of essays, Prepared for the Worst. Is that in the stores now?
Yes, it is, yes.
Not been pulled from the shelves?
As of this date, we probably have 2 more in the stores than I'd like. Out of the stores and onto the bookshelves of the reading public.
Thank you, Christopher Hitchens. And to our audience, thank you for watching. Thanks for calling, and have a good evening.
It's well written. I think sticking with it and writing as you do, I mean, does show a certain direction. And that's one of the things I've tried to point out in the book you've written. Lots of things are important in war and in debate, and one thing that's very important is power conviction and learning. People will follow those that are not. So I just think they're important to take account of. But I'm troubled here by the way that you speak and you continue to speak with absolute certainty on all these things. And in fact, if our existence is random, you say this is madness. You're generalizing about all religions again and subordinating them and so forth. Just talk about there's been a long run
How can I be of service?
Not stopping. Ever. Do we understand each other?
No, sorry.
Let's get lost in this music and do our best to forget the Vinewood actor royalty who will chase a girl half their age and assume it's okay to preach about morality. Vinewood actors themselves only work.
How much are we talking about?
Paid $20 million. Obscene amounts of money to say other people's words. Sounds like a bloody good gig to me, though.
Charles kept fighting for another 26 years to try to abolish slavery throughout the British Empire. And that finally happened in 1833, just a few days before he died. And what a life. Because he died. It's all about grace. You know, I don't know, but it wasn't John Newton. It wasn't William Wilberforce. Religion poisons everything. Chesterton, 20 years ago, G.K. Chesterton was on the right. You know, she can fly. But here's Chesterton in Martin. Despite everything else, happens to tell you that religion doesn't poison everything.
Well, I think that was just fascinating. Now, we are to have questions, I believe, from we have time, but very, very brief questions from the audience. Can we do that very, very brief before we have the signing part of this? Let's ask from the audience, anybody who's not been straight debate.
Hello, that was very compelling. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. You referred to the Bohemian Society as evil, which I completely agree, and but I was wondering, in your use of the word evil, are you using it as an adjective, or can you believe in evil but not believe in God?
No, I say in my book that I believe that evil is a real thing. I can't prove it. There are quite a lot of things I can't prove that I couldn't be without. A lot of people jeer when you say evil, especially when the president says it. They say, oh, he's saying things are black and white when they're grey and so forth. You know how many liberals talk. If you put the word lesser in front of evil, you'll find every liberal's willing to use it. They do it every time at elections when they're considering who to vote for. I think that I've been to places where there's no other word for what I've seen. It's the surplus value of sadism and dictatorship and slavery and so on. It's the gratuitous bit on top, the bit that's just there for thrills and that would be done even if it didn't do the perpetrator any good. I mean, the self-destructive, nihilistic element. I can't put it any more strongly than this. And when you smell it, when you see it, you'll know. Hope you never do.
Sir.
I wanted to first thank, is this on? I wanted to first thank the LBJ Museum for putting this on.
Yeah, very well said.
I'm a Christian, I attend church. I tend to be a lot more to the left than the right because there's this level. Dr. Lasky, you can help me with this. It just seems like, I know it's biblical, it comes out of the Bible, and I've heard, to keep in the theme of politics and religion, I've heard Governor Rick Perry say it, that if you're not a Christian, you're going to hell, and kind of there's a whole level of, I think it's called a license to be arrogant.
Will we go to hell, in your mind?
I'm never going to say that about anyone. It's not my call.
Per the governor's comment, okay. Sir.
So this question is for Mr. Hitchens. So I'm interested, I really appreciated the talk, and I was trying to keep an ear out for the arguments that you gave in support of your position. As I understand it, the position is something like this. There's no good reason to believe that religion in general and Christianity in particular is true, and in fact there's really good reason to think it's false. Is that right? So here's an argument, or here's some gestures at arguments that you made. You reported a kind of distaste for various Christian doctrines like omniscience and atonement and doctrine of heaven and stuff. So you said it's a horrible proposition, these things. So I don't know if that technically counts as an argument. I mean, there's lots of things that I find distasteful, like certain propositions about cockroach reproduction and stuff just absolutely disgusts me.
Mm-hmm.
But that might be a reason to hope that it's false, but it's not a reason to think that it's false or believe that it's false.
I didn't imply that it was.
Okay, so that's
So
not
there's
the
a reason
argument.
to be glad of your reasoning.
Oh, okay. So that's not the argument for the conclusion, for your position. So here's what maybe the argument was. You said there's this great diversity of religious belief. There's a lot of different religions out there, and if I'd been born in a different time in a different place, probably I would have had a different religious belief or something. So therefore I should eye my religious belief with a special suspicion or something.
Not sure where we're going with this.
So that doesn't seem like a
Sorry?
Let me ask you, what's your question?
Okay, I'll get to that in 2 seconds.
Okay.
Ready? So that doesn't seem like a good argument because, I mean, if I had been born in a different time in a different place, I would have had different ethical beliefs. It doesn't give me a reason to doubt them. If you'd been born in a different time in a different place, you would have had different religious beliefs. Doesn't give you a reason to doubt them. So here's the question. Don't you agree?
I think I must have expressed myself very poorly in the first instance. If when I said, but I seem to remember what I said, and I'll just have to submit myself to the arbitration of you, my peers. I believe I said that it would be possible to be an atheist and be sorry with your conclusion, that you could be an atheist who wishes that there was a God. Did I not say that? That I've met such people, but that I, to the contrary, am an anti-theist who is very relieved, given what the implications of divine rule would be, that there is no evidence for the proposition. Now, I hope that's plain now.
I'm wondering what the positive case was, that religion in general is false and Christianity in particular. So I thought maybe one of the arguments was this diversity of religious belief maybe gives you a reason to think that your religion is false or something.
Well, I say the diversity of religious belief is not mysterious if you assume that God is made by man. It's only mysterious if you think that man is made by God. Yeah. Like worrying about why tsunamis kill good people. It's not a problem if you think that we live on a cooling planet with a disturbed weather system. That just will happen, doesn't require any explanation. Nothing to pray over, nothing to why about, nothing to have a sob fest on CNN about. This question answers itself. It's only a mystery if you don't know that we live on a planet with a cooling crust and a turbulent climate system, and you think, well, maybe God decides at what point weather takes people out. Occam's razor is the critical thing here. Dispose always of unnecessary assumptions. Does the plague break out because we've sinned, and if so, is it because of our divorce rate? Is it because there are too many homosexuals among it? Is it because the Jews have poisoned the wells again? Is it all this? Is it all that? That's what people used to have to ask themselves about well into the 18th century, until they worked out about the germ theory of disease. Then they had to encounter people like Dr. Timothy Dwight, the great divine of Yale, who said, well, inoculation would be even worse because it would be an intervention in God's design, which, presuming that God wanted to keep the germ theory of disease from us and have us dying and thinking that disease was a curse, would be true. It would be. Inoculation would be an interference with his design in that case. But this is the kind of mentality one's arguing against all the time. Currently, polio is spreading back across the world. We thought we had eradicated it. A lot of very good secular activists and medical physicians went out to do the eradication. I went with them as far as Bengal. Suddenly, religious people started to say, don't take your children in. This is a plot. God doesn't want you to do it. It only takes a few uninoculated children and the disease is spread all the way back across Africa now, thanks to faith and the faith-based. If you're going to take credit for all the charitable work, you have to take credit for all the atrocities as well, and it will leave you exactly where you began, with everything still to be explained.
On the right here.
I have a question that's actually a two-sided question for each of the speakers, and the first would be for Mr. Hitchens. If we are to get rid of religion and religious teachings, what then do we base our morality on? Our model for behaving well or doing good? And then the other side of the coin for Mr. Lasky is, it seems that your argument or your position precludes us having any morality or any good works to do without having religion to rely on to teach us those things. And I was wondering if you could maybe talk a little bit more about why it seems your argument or your position precludes that position.
Let me ask very quickly, Mr. Hitchens first, Dr. Olasky.
Yes, I'll be terse, but thank you for asking, because I owe it as an answer to Dr. Olasky too. Morality comes from human beings. It's innate in us. We couldn't have got this far without it. Human solidarity requires it. Evolution necessitates it. The golden rule doesn't have to be taught to children. You may have to use a bit of squeeze every now and then to make them conform to it, but they know what it is. They understand it right away. I'll give an example very quickly from each of the two testaments. Do you really believe that the Jewish people got as far as Sinai under the impression that murder, theft, and perjury were okay? And only when they get there are told by God, actually, you've got to cut that shit out now. And there's the commandments in stone. Oh, up till then we thought that was cool. They would not have got as far as... Of course, the story, as I've told you, and as you can easily find by reading my book and others, the story is all bogus, but suppose it to be true, that's the contempt it has for human beings. That they wouldn't know unless told that murder, theft, perjury, to say nothing of adultery, can mess you up. Of course they know. Otherwise, we couldn't be having this discussion. We don't need religious permission to find these things out, or supernatural authority for them. Another example quickly from the Second Testament, the good man from Samaria, the man who puts himself out, goes out of his way to help a suffering fellow creature who's described to us by the alleged Jesus of Nazareth, quite clearly wasn't a Christian. He's doing something a while back that Jesus has got to hear about, is telling us about. He wasn't doing it because of Christian teaching, or as far as we know, for any religious teaching. He just saw another human in crisis and did what we all hope we would do, and some of us have sometimes done. Incidentally, if he was a religious Jew, as it's possible that he was, he would have had religious permission not to do that if it was a non-Jew on the other side of that road, because you don't have to help non-Jews, especially on the Lord's holy day, Shabbat. You can leave them weltering in their own blood. In fact, you may be ordered to do so rather than break a commandment. So once again, only religion could make people act in a bad way in such a circumstance. Ordinary humanism is more than enough. All else is superfluous, explains nothing, and or leaves everything remaining to be explained. QED. Thank you.
Dr. Olasky.
Well, there's so much to say, but I actually will be terse.
That was terse. I didn't say short.
So, yeah, without taking up a lot of time, you might want to go to sort of a standard theological dictionary and look up this expression called common grace, which I think is one of the ways in which this is explained. But there are other things going on too. There's a great theologian named Francis Schaeffer that I'd recommend to people, who has an expression called living off the interest. In some ways, the society we have here, does depend on some of the teachings and understandings that developed a generation, 2 generations, 3 generations ago. And the question is, are we still adding to that, or indeed are we living off the interest at that point? So these are critical questions. I just want to mention also, if we're going to talk about Timothy Dwight and inoculation, we should also just mention that one of the Puritan divines who gets often deservedly so treated with sarcasm was a fellow named Cotton Mather. And Cotton Mather in 1721 in Boston actually was very pro-inoculation, working with a doctor named Boylston at that time. Boylston Street's named after him. And Cotton Mather really pushed inoculation. He was a member of the Royal Academy of Sciences, and he pushed inoculation over the objections of lots of folks, including one of the newspapers in town that was run by James Franklin and his little brother Benjamin. So there are a lot of stories we could tell, a lot of history we could go into. We just don't have time for that tonight. Thanks for your question.
We have 2 questions remaining, and then we're going to release everybody. Gentleman in the hat first, and then Senator Estes last. We'll close the evening. Sir.
I was hoping for a debate like you had with Mr. Galloway in New York, where it was quite a knockdown, drag-out fight, but I guess we need 2 Brits for that sort of discourse. But I did want to ask, y'all used to be Marxist running buddies, and now you're war in Iraq running buddies. Is this the product of vanity, ideology, or perhaps some sort of religious commonality?
You want to?
Looking for the
I'm willing to take a run at it, but.
Dr. Olesk.
Christopher can speak for himself of that, of course, as he does very well. But I just look in the war on Iraq as a subset of the war on terror, which some people look upon that as a discretionary war. We can engage in it or not. Some people look upon it as an obligatory war. I tend to think it's an obligatory war. I don't like it at all. When I was writing columns about this back in 2003, I was hoping we didn't get into that in Iraq. But now we're in it, and what do? It's not an easy situation. It really isn't. I hate it. But it's a tough war we're in.
An area of some common.
Well, I'm no longer a Brit, and Mr. Galloway never was one. He's a renegade Scot. Of the most revolting dye. And to have a debate on the order of that, we would have to disappoint you, because Mr. Galloway is a thug and a liar and a demagogue and a man who has managed the odd feat of being able to be both a pimp for and a prostitute of Saddam Hussein. My opponent tonight, I need hardly add, is a great deal more elevated in every respect than that, so sorry to disappoint you. I regard the war in Iraq as part of the war against religion. The faith-based parties of God are trying to level Iraq to barbarism, and they're very nearly succeeding. As well as killing each other's children, their fellow Muslim children, which they don't scruple to do, they want to reduce by their religious precepts a once highly civilized and sophisticated society to the level of Somalia or Afghanistan, which is what happens, by the way, to any country when you try to run it out of a holy book. I think we should hereby highly resolve that no country of such importance and no people of such civilization who've been through so much and whom we've promised so much shall ever be governed that way. We will not abandon them. The jihadists will never have Iraq. What we're doing there is one of the noblest undertakings the United States has ever made.
May I follow up just briefly? As to the question, though, isn't it odd to find yourself allied with perhaps the most religious, fundamentally religious administration the United States has had in recent memory, and with a fundamentalist and evangelical, or perhaps even a dominionist like Mr. Olasky?
The irony
coined the
is
term compassionate conservatism, and we've seen how that's worked out.
I perfectly understand that. I mean, all my friends in Iraq, my Iraqi and Arab and Kurdish friends in Iraq, all said, for all I know, every member of the 82nd Airborne Division is a professional snake handler. But what they happen to be fighting for is a secular Iraq. So I would think the irony was at the expense of the religious world.
Last question of the night, Senator Estes.
Thank you to both of you for a tremendously stimulating debate. And Dr. Olasky, you've been a hero of mine for many years, and part of what spurred me on to government service. This is a question for the other side. And I was glad you talked about Occam's razor, but let's get to the end of our life individually. How do you answer Pascal's wager as far as I've never heard an anti-theist, explain, maybe a short explanation of Pascal's wager.
Will be short. Yeah. But I can also say that, as well as at fine bookstores everywhere, the my book, which you can get now, does have a discussion of this very question. So if I seem to stumble on it by condensing it, you can get my more rounded view. Pascal's wager, in case it's not known to you, comes from Blaise Pascal, who addresses his pensée to the one who is so made as that they cannot believe. That's me. And he says, well, let me put it to you like this. What have you got to lose? If you bet God exists and loves you and you're wrong, you're no worse off than you were already. If you bet, and you're right, there is no such thing. You're no worse off than you were already. If you're wrong and there is, you win, as long as you have said you agree with him. So why don't you do it now while there's still time? I have two comments on this. One, religious hucksterism, the cheapest, vulgarest, nastiest kind, it's possible to a man. He says, what are you going to lose? I've got a good offer for you. Come into my used car lot. Come on, baby, just lie a little, and you never know. No, don't talk to me like that. And don't call it piety, or be prepared to have piety. This best. Second, Bertrand Russell will ask this question. Third, in fact, religious nature would say, at least we able to do that. Oh Lord, you did not give us enough evidence. I would go a little further. I would say, well, look, boss, if it's true what they say about you, that you're an infinitely kind, forgiving, or fatherly person, this is certainly what your fans contain. Do you not have a little room in your, obviously very capacious heart for someone who just couldn't bring himself to believe in you, and really, honestly, truly couldn't? As opposed to someone who wants to spend half their life on their knees making fawning professions of faith because Pascal told them to do that. Which of us is the more moral? Which of us is the more honest? Which of us is the more courageous? Which of us has the bluest eyes and is the most sexually attractive? Which of us has the real charisma here? I'm just only asking.
Well,
he's running away.
Well, he isn't. He's not. He's one. We call for the spin out even doing something. We're very lucky, and how lucky we are to be in a place where we can have this kind of open discussion. Christopher Hitchens, Dr. Olasky, thank you both very much.
Now to tonight's SmackDown. Christopher Hitchens and Al Sharpton. As you know, Hitchens' book, now out 126 hours, I believe, is ranked 3rd on Amazon. It has a benign title which wouldn't attract anybody. God is not great, how religion poisons everything. I was told that when Al Sharpton heard the title for the first time, God is not great, he said, says who? To serve as umpire and referee, I have asked Jacob Weisberg, the editor of Slate, the free online daily magazine offering analysis and commentary about politics, news, and culture, to welcome on the stage Christopher Hitchens and Al Sharpton. I would also like to very quickly thank not also only Jacob Weisberg, but Carrie Goldstein. I worked with Carrie the last time to bring to this library John Hope Franklin and President Clinton. And now it is my great pleasure to welcome Jacob Weisberg, who will serve as umpire and referee, and Christopher Hitchens and the Reverend Al Sharpton.
I'm honored to be doing the officiating this evening. Thank you, Paul, for the introduction. I will be doing the referee's honors without a striped jersey or a whistle or red cards or flags, because these two gentlemen, in addition to being among our most formidable debaters. You may have seen Reverend Sharpton debate already. You may not have seen Christopher Hitchens debate. Our gentlemen, and I know it will be very civil to each other, although I think
Watch it.
Well, I won't hold you back. Our format tonight, Christopher is going to start out with a statement of some of the ideas in his book for about 5 minutes. Reverend Sharpton a chance to respond for about the same length of time. Should they need any prodding, which I seriously doubt, I will provide it. And we will go back and forth for about an hour, and then we'll have some time for questions for about 20 minutes or so before we wrap up. Well, we'll go to questions, I think, as soon as debate flags. To start with, the brief introductions. In this corner, Christopher Hitchens. I would call him the devil's advocate in this debate, but he has actually played that role. If you read his book, he recounts the story of when he was invited to the Vatican to argue pro bono, I believe, against sainthood for Mother Teresa. Of course, hold back. Of course, to call him devil's advocate is probably doesn't do him justice, because to many people he actually is the devil, less because of his views about God than because of his views on the Iraq War, which we may or may not get into this evening. He is the author of, I believe, 18 distinguished books, including monographs on the subjects of Thomas Paine, Thomas Jefferson, and George Orwell, a book on Anglo-American relations. I won't go through all of them here, but several of them collect his literary and political essays, which you can read, among other places, in Vanity Fair, Slate, and The Atlantic. Last week he won yet another National Magazine Award for columns and commentary. In this corner, Reverend Del Sharpton. He is a Pentecostal minister, a civil rights activist, and as you know, a former presidential candidate. He also has a radio talk show on which Don Imus recently appeared so unsuccessfully. Unlike Christopher Hitchens, he is a man of God. He was ordained as a minister at the age of 9. Is that correct? He grew up in Brooklyn and Queens. He has led protests. He led a protest in Vieques in Puerto Rico, which led to the closing of the American naval base there. He led the protests after the killing of Amadou Diallo by the New York City police. He is, I should say, a leader in the campaign to eliminate homophobia in the black church. And he ran for the Senate in 1988, 1992, and 1994. He ran for mayor of New York in 1997, and he ran for president in 2004, making, I should say, the Democratic primaries infinitely more interesting than they would have been otherwise, and probably more interesting than they will be this time without him. Christopher, I would like to start with you. What have you got against God?
Good grief. So it hadn't really sunk in on me that as you were being ordained, when I was 9, I was just getting out of there completely. I was 9 when I thought I saw through it, when my biology teacher told me that God was so good as to have made vegetation green because it was the color most restful to our eyes. And I thought, Mrs. Watts, this is nonsense. I knew nothing about chlorophyll or photosynthesis, nothing about the theory of evolution, nothing about adaptation, nothing of the sort. I just knew she'd got everything all wrong. And of course, the argument against faith, against religion, falls into two essential halves, not necessarily congruent, but I believe congruent. The first is, it's not true. Religion comes from the infancy of our species. I won't say race, because I don't think our species is subdivided by races. Infancy of our species, when we didn't know that the Earth went round the sun. We didn't know that germs caused disease. We didn't know when we were told in Genesis, you're given dominion over all creatures, that this did not include microorganisms, because we didn't know they were there. So you didn't know they had dominion over us. When diseases broke out, it was blamed on wickedness, or sometimes on the Jews. Or if it was by Jews, on the Amalekites, or as you will. We didn't know anything about the nature of the Earth's crust, how it was cooling, earthquakes, storms, all of this were a mystery. Well, we are at least to that extent a reasoning species. Even a conspiracy theory is often better than no theory at all. The mind searches for form. We're now stuck with the forms that we found in our infancy, in our primitive, barbaric past. Well, that could be fine, still. No nation can be without mythology or myth or legend. And there are people who say, well, it's not exactly true. Virgins don't conceive. Okay. Bushes don't burn forever. I don't know why that would be so impressive. I've never understood. Dead men don't walk, and so on and so on. Okay, it's not really true. It does come from a rather fearful period of the Dark Ages, but at least it's nice to believe it. It teaches good precepts. This, I think, is very radically untrue. I give in my book the example, which I'll give you now, of a person very much influential on my youth, and I know on the Reverends too, Dr. Martin Luther King. My friend Taylor Branch's book about Dr. King, I would rather call him Doctor than Reverend, because I'm sorry to say I think it's a higher title of honor. Taylor Branch's trilogy about him is called Parting the Waters, The Pillar of Fire, and At Jordan's Edge. And everybody literate here knows the story of Exodus and understands what Dr. King meant when he demanded that his people be free of bondage. But if you think about it for a second, it's a very good thing that the good doctor was only using this metaphorically. If he'd really been invoking the lessons of Genesis and Exodus, he would have been saying that his people had the right to kill anyone who stood in their way, to exterminate all other tribes, to mutilate their children's genitalia, to make slaves of those they captured, to take the land and property of others, to engage in rather long and hideous and elaborate arguments about ox goring, and finally, which is the sentence that ends that, or the verse that ends that section of the book, should not suffer a witch to live, the warrant for witch burning. In other words, in these books, there are the warrants for genocide, for slavery, for the torture of children, for disobedience, for genital mutilation, for annexation, for rape, and all the rest of it. It's a very good thing that this is man-made. There are those who say that they wish they could believe, and I suppose a decent atheist could say that if only for lack of evidence he wishes he or she could. I can't be among their number. I'm very glad it is not true that there is a permanent, unshakable, unchallengeable celestial supervision. A divine North Korea in which no privacy, no liberty is possible from the moment of conception, not just till the moment of death, but until well after. I've been to North Korea, and now I know what a prayerful state would look like. I know what it would be like to praise God from dawn till dusk. I've seen it happen. And it's the most disgusting and depressing and pointless and soulless thing you can picture. But at least with North Korea, you can die and you can leave. Christianity won't let you do that, because I mentioned another thing about the Old Testament. The Old Testament may have, any Jews and Christians who like it may like this too. They may have genocide, rape, racism, all the rest of the things I've mentioned, but it never mentions punishment of the dead. When you're done, when you're in the mass grave into which you've been thrown as an Amalekite, it's over. Not until gentle Jesus, meek and mild, is the concept of hell introduced. Eternal torture, eternal punishment for you and all your family for the smallest transgression. I have no hesitation in saying this is a wicked belief. I've also no hesitation in saying, and I mustn't trespass on the Reverend's time, that we don't need it in two senses. One is it's wicked. Two, we have and always have had a much superior tradition. We know that Democritus and Epicurus worked out in ancient Athens the world was made of atoms, that the gods did not exist and certainly took no interest in human affairs, and would be foolish to do so, and would be wicked if they did. We have the tradition that brings us through Galileo and Spinoza and Thomas Paine and Voltaire and Thomas Jefferson and Bertrand Russell and Albert Einstein, men of great wisdom and insight, by all means struck by the awe-inspiring character of our universe, by all means open to devotional music and architecture and poetry, by all means aware of the transcendent, but look through the Hubble telescope if you want to see something that is awe-inspiring. And don't look to blood-stained old myths. Now, why now? Why am I doing this now, people ask? Well, I'll tell you why now, because in the last few years it's become impossible to turn a page of a newspaper without being, as the religious would say, offended. In other words, I don't think I sound self-pitying if I say that I'm offended that a cartoonist in a tiny democratic country in Scandinavia, Denmark, can't do his job without a death threat, and that no American magazine or newspaper would reprint those cartoons, either to elucidate the question or in solidarity. I'm offended that civil society in Iraq is being destroyed, leveled by the parties of God. I'm offended that people in this country believe that they have the right to advocate the teaching of garbage to children under the fatuous name of intelligent design. I believe that we're... I thought you'd never clap. Just as I believe that where religion ends, philosophy begins, where alchemy ends, chemistry begins, where astrology ends, astronomy begins, and now for such dogma. You see what I mean? So, I'll be very brief. There's an end to this, an end particularly to the cultural cringe that says that if someone can claim to be a religious spokesman, they are entitled to respect. I have to say it in your presence, sir. I think that the title Reverend is something people should be more concerned to live down than to live up to. Thank you.
Thank you. We will get back to some of that, but Reverend Sharpton, in your rebuttal, would you take a moment to correct Christopher on his misconception that religion was somehow incidental to the civil rights movement?
That's all you want me to rebut?
No. Just feel free to cover that.
Well, first of all, let me thank you for inviting me to have this debate. It is the first time in my long career that I was not assumed to be the devil in a debate. It's an unusual place for me on the stage. So I couldn't turn down representing God and the divine in a public encounter. But I think that several things in rebutting with Brother Hitchens said. You don't have a problem with living up or down to being brother, do you?
Yeah, right.
I think that you made a very interesting analysis of how people use or misuse God, but you made no argument about God himself. And by attacking the quote, wicked, unquote, use of God does not at all address the existence of God or non-existence of God. We are sitting in a room that, because of lights, we assume that there is electricity in the building. Electricity can light up a room or burn it down. It does not mean electricity does not exist because it burns the building down, or that it is inherently wicked. It is how people use it. So clearly, people have misused God as they've misused other things that are possibly positive. But its existence is not in any way proven or disproven by you giving a long diatribe on those that have mishandled and misused God, because there are many that you can cite that have acted in a way that shows the goodness of God. Your book, God is Not Great, could be refuted by many that feel he is great, or she is great, whatever way you relate to God. Science, to me, does not wipe away the existence of God, because science had to start somewhere. So to pick up mankind in its evolving state does not tell me where mankind began, how it became a long story of ordered steps. Well, who ordered them? Why do things follow such a natural progression? Who set the problem would determine what is wicked. There's no real moral code because there's nobody to judge that. So at one hand, we're going to argue God doesn't exist. On the other hand, we're going to call people wicked. Wicked according to who? And according to what? It would be based on whoever has the power at that time. So I think that the real thing that I'm interested in, Mr. Hitchens, is to really discuss the idea of God and the idea of a supreme being, and how creatures and creation have just, by some great coincidence, an unexplained scheme, follows some order that just happened by itself. Something, some force, some overruling force had to set all of that pattern in, and it continues thousands of years later. Can you give a million examples of where people have misused that, where they've distorted it, where in the name of God or North Korea or other tragedies have happened? Yes. In terms of the civil rights movement, it was absolutely fueled by a belief in God and a belief in right or wrong. And had not there been this belief that there was a right and a wrong, civil rights movement that you alluded to or that you referred to would not have existed, because what made it wrong for people to be slaves? What made it wrong for humans to be treated unequally? Because there was nobody to say that they were all equal. It was whoever had the strength. But at the end, what is refreshing is that you are a man of faith, because any man that at this date still has faith that there are weapons of mass destruction in Iraq has more faith than any religious person I know.
Very well. It's a very generous response. Do you mind if I take it in reverse order? The belief that the weapons of mass destruction, or rather the conviction that Saddam Hussein was interested in weapons of mass destruction, you could, I suppose, describe as an argument from design. In other words, he'd had them before, he'd known how to conceal them, he'd used them several times. He seems to be prepared to risk his entire political career on the idea of reacquiring them. I would say that was not a belief that had no evidence, and I would say that anyone who treated him as if he was innocent on the subject would be a sap, actually, would be my short word for it. Second, on the civil rights movement, I expected you to be more assertive. I don't know what Dr. King's private convictions about religion were. I know that he studied Hegel, I know that he studied Marx. I know that among his very close entourage were a large number of secular socialists and communists. You know their names too. Stanley Levinson is probably the best known, but among the black civil rights leadership, Bayard Rustin, secular socialist, Philip Randolph, secular socialist trade union leader. These were the building blocks for the March on Washington. As was Victor Reuther and many others. The belief that it is illegal as well as evil to keep black Americans in subjection does not require any supernatural endorsement. It had been proved repeatedly in law and in morality and in ethics, and demonstrated in practice. The only thing that has always been consistently justified by the churches was initially slavery, the right to hold someone as a slave, biblically warranted, and the right to keep the races separate, which is endorsed by a church that, just to give a contemporary example, one of the current candidates for the Republican nomination is a member of a church, the so-called Mormon church, that until 1965 had it as an article of faith that the Bible separates the sons from Ham and makes them lesser. I don't have to just text like that, because I don't think it has any authority. So in a sense, I was trying to question to you. Now, I didn't say that God was misused. I hope I wouldn't say poorly understood by everybody. I said that the idea of God is a dictatorial one to begin with, the belief in a supreme, eternal, invigilating creator who knows what you think and what you do, and cares about it and will reward or punish you and watches you while you sleep, is, I think, a horrific belief. A man-made one, fortunately. I'm very glad there's no evidence for it. Let me, in case I was misunderstood, let me assert again. I think it's innately an awful belief. However, the cleverest theologian, and have been some, has never been able to demonstrate that such a person exists. It's impossible to do so. It's not possible either for me to demonstrate conclusively that no such person exists. That cannot be done either. But one thing can be done. A person who claims not to know only that this person exists, a task beyond our brain, but to claim to know his or her, I accept your correction, Reverend, mind, to say, I know, because I'm in holy orders, what this entity wants you to do, what he wants you to eat, who he wants you to go to bed with, and how he wants you to go to bed with. What you may read, in what associations in private you may form, what thoughts you may have. That person is out of the argument now. We know that no one knows that. So the claim made by the religious that they know God, they know his mind, and they can tell us what to do in his name is, I think, exploding. Further, it was not argued by my side, at any rate, or by no one I know on it, that our presence here on the planet is something that is susceptible of a smooth, logical, reasonable explanation. To the contrary, we are still very much in doubt as to precisely how we came to be human and to separate ourselves from some of our common ancestors. We also know that of the species that have been on this small planet, in this tiny solar system, since the beginning of measurable time, of the number that were ever in existence, more than 98.9% have become extinct. A certain solipsism, I think, is required to believe that we, as a resulting species, are somehow the center of the created cosmos. This is not modesty, as the Christians call it. It's not humility. It's an unbelievably arrogant claim to make. But at least it makes up for the other claim we're supposed to put up with, which is, well, yes, but we're also miserable sinners conceived in filth and doomed to abject ourselves. Both of these positions are too extreme, too strenuous, too fanatical, and both of them reinforce each other in unpleasant ways, and both should be outgrown by us. Voila.
Well, I think you probably had a bad Sunday school teacher, because a lot of what you're saying is based on dogma and has nothing to do with one's belief in a supreme being. You're discussing, again, religions, dogmas, denominations, not the existence or non-existence of God. I'm glad to hear you concede you can't prove he or she doesn't exist any more than you claim that those that believe, are you going that that's God, King, on my behalf? Or the devil, which you choose. But I think that, again, the basic core question of God goes way beyond any example, no matter how witty or humorous, of those that come in God's name, because it is the dictates of denominations or organized religious groups that tell you what to eat and what to wear and who to sleep with and all of that. That has nothing to do with the existence of an order to the universe that is clear and evident. That science, I think, confirms that it evolved from somewhere. That's how I relate to God. To your point, however, since I wasn't assertive enough in the first going forward, and I think one guy said that the other night in Vegas, and Mayweather got more assertive, he won the fight, so watch out on that. But I'll get a little more assertive. Dr. King's organization, Brother Hitchens' name, was the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. So there's no question that he himself saw that the basis of the movement was God-based. Did he have some socialists that did not believe in God that associated with the movement? Absolutely. But they joined SCLC's endeavors after SCLC was formed. In fact, SCLC was formed in 1957 in New Orleans before many of them that organized the March on Washington. When Bayard Rustin, who I knew, went down south, his problem was he debated a lot with the ministers there, who was the core of that group. So to try and secularize the civil rights movement is just totally inaccurate. It was a church-based, faith-based movement. There's no question about that. And Dr. King, way before he studied Hegel and the rest, he grew up in Ebenezer Baptist Church, was an ordained minister, first went to Morehouse, then Crozer Theological Seminary, then went to Boston to study those that you have referred to. So let's not reinvent Dr. King any more than we try to reduce God to some denominational convention. And as for the one Mormon running for office, those that really believe in God will defeat him anyway. So don't worry about that. That's a temporary situation. But I think the core challenge that I would have is that I would say to you that if your argument is that there are those that have used religion as in slavery or as even today to oppress people and use religion to be unfair to people or have misinterpreted scriptures, you would get no debate from me. I think that is a fact of history and one that many of us have had to fight against. That still does not disqualify God any more than using anything in nature that is wrong. To say that one eats food that is poison does not mean one should therefore starve, because food is inherently bad. I think you're confusing the misuse of religion with the existence of God. There are those that have no religious affiliations at all that believe in God. There are people that don't deal with organized church at all that still believe in God. So when you say God is not great, let's not then debate organized religion is not great, or some that have exploited organized religion is not great. You, in the title of your book, and I've had a chance to go through your book, attack God, not those that express that they are therefore standing in God's place or representing God. And in your whole oratory about weapons of mass destruction, and he thought he had it and all of that, when we found him, he was in a rat trap with a .22 pistol. He knew he didn't have any weapons of mass destruction, because no one, as one that comes out of the hood, no one that has atom bombs would just retreat with a .22 and wait on the cavalry.
Any order you like.
I think I better stick to the reverse order. No, well, that's why a very good time to attack him was before he would get back what he'd lost by way of WMD. He didn't have any then, and he wasn't going to get them back either, any more than he was going to improve his relations with Al-Qaeda. They were as good as they were ever going to get, and that was fine by me. Maybe an argument for another time, but believe me, I'm not allowed to have it. Then we're of one mind, essentially. I mean, after all, I did not deny what's common knowledge, that Dr. Martin Luther King was the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, and was indeed in the Ebenezer Baptist Church in Thomasville. No, I said I cannot say to you that I know that he was a believing Christian. No, I cannot. I mean, neither can you say that to me any more than we seem to be of one mind on this too. Neither of us can prove or disprove the existence of God. The difference is between us that I don't say that I'm an ordained minister. I don't think I could push it that far. Since you're evidently an agnostic, which is a confession that I'm very welcome to, not extracted from you, but heard you make. Now, here's the question. You say these texts are misused. I say that they are not. The Old Testament says, or does not say, that Abraham was doing a noble thing by offering to sacrifice a son to prove himself loyal to God or to the voices he was hearing in his head. It says there was a noble thing for him to do. He was rewarded for it by a great posterity and a great long life. Offering to murder his son because of hearing voices in his head. This is not moral teaching to me. Is it not the case that the Old Testament says that the Amalekites must all be destroyed down to the last child? Every one among them. Leave not one. Yes, it does say that. The Bishop of Llandaff, in an argument with Thomas Paine, once said, well, when it says keep the women, as Paine had pointed out, he said, I'm sure God didn't mean just to keep them for immoral purposes. Well, what does the Bishop of Llandaff know about that? It says kill all the men, kill all the children, and keep the virgins. I think I know what they had in mind. I don't think it's moral teaching. To this day, there are nutbag settlers, some Israeli citizens, some of them Americans, some of them Israeli Americans, trying to settle the West Bank in the name of this prophecy and throw other people off their land and establish a theocracy that will bring on the Messiah and, they hope, Armageddon and the end of the world. Well, I think the United States Supreme Court should hear argument that not one American dime can be used constitutionally for that project. Okay, it's high time. Cut it off. These people mean us real harm, and I'm not going to dilate about what their Muslim brothers say about us. When the Quran does not say that you may be killed for changing your religion, but the Hadith, the so-called sayings of the Prophet, which are taken just as seriously, do say that. So when someone says, I'm a Muslim, and I'm telling you, Mr. Rushdie, if you apostatize from this faith, you're dead. He's not misquoting the text, sir. He's not. He's quoting them accurately. I think, to phrase this understatedly as I can, I think we could do without one. I think enough already would cover it.
Again, you are debating points I didn't make. I said, you keep confusing the existence of God, again, with religious denominational beliefs. I'm not debating whether...
Are they separable?
Yes. Yeah, very much so. I think that you're quoting the Bible. If you said everything in the Bible you rejected, you still have not established why a belief in God, maybe a belief in God through that vehicle may be your debate. But you're not addressing God. You're talking Quran, Bibles, people's interpretation of God. That is not my debate. My debate with your book is that you're saying, therefore, since they did this to, since Abraham was going to murder his son, there is no God. That's like 1 + 2 = 7. I mean, we're not, so Abraham may have been incorrect, if that's your point. Or what they did with the Malcolmites, or what's going on in our lives. Now, you can debate which one of the Bibles, Qurans, religious books may have had it right or interpreted it right, but that does not address the central question. You, sir, did not attack the Christian church or the Muslim religion or the Pope. You attacked God. And to attack God is a whole lot. You hit here and you debate here. Let's talk about God. Let's not talk about those that came in his name, and you have some maybe credible arguments against whether or not you felt that they were correct or incorrect. And again, I raised, as I did my opening statement, who decides what is wicked, what is right, what is ethical? If there's nothing there that governs humanity, whatever's ethical is whatever we decide is ethical, because we're in charge. It's all up to us.
Okay, once again, in reverse order, if I may. Religion gets its morality from us. I think it's very easy to demonstrate that. I do it from one of each of the two testaments.
Back on testaments.
Well,
why don't you write a book? Testaments are not
I
great.
spend a lot of time with my my Bible. Okay? My Babel. I do.
I told you, you had
or
a
the
bad
Babel,
Sunday
as they
school
call it
teacher.
in I do. In the there's a very famous parable in the New Testament where the alleged Jesus of Nazareth tells a story about a man from Samaria. We call him the Good Samaritan, who, finding a fellow creature in enormous distress, pain, goes well out of his way to alleviate his suffering and to follow up to make sure that his sympathy hasn't been a waste of time, to do the aftercare, if you like. Well, we know one thing about this person from Samaria. He cannot have been a Christian. Jesus is telling this story about someone he's heard of who acted, as far as we know, with no other prompting with elementary human solidarity. What other prompting do we need? Our species would not have survived. We wouldn't be met here if we didn't have, as well as many selfish instincts, the need, and often for our own sake, to be of use to others, to combine with them, to take an interest in them, to care for them, and to worry when they're in pain. No supernatural authority, as with the civil rights movement, is required for. Morality comes from us. Religion claims to have invented it on our behalf. Then, okay, another example from the Older Testament. Is it really to be believed that until they got to the foot of Mount Sinai, the followers of Moses believed that up till then, adultery, murder, theft, and perjury were okay? They're suddenly told, oh, hey, we got some new ideas for you. I don't think so. It's a bit of an insult to the ancient Jewish faith, of which Jacob and I are both rather disgraceful ornaments in our different ways. I think our ancestors were smarter than that, and even if they weren't smarter, they wouldn't have got that far if they'd been under the contrary impression. The golden rule is something you don't have to teach a child. There's no need to say, and if you don't follow this rule, you'll burn in hell forever. That's immoral teaching. Now, I hope I've made myself clear on that I'm wondering if I have, because you face me, Reverend, with two very unwelcome thoughts. Either I have been completely inarticulate in everything I've said this evening, or you have misunderstood me. I have to throw myself, or these are not mutually exclusive, and I should have seen that coming. I
Have
thought,
faith,
I thought,
son.
I, I
You'll
thought,
do better.
I thought I said it's common ground. We cannot know that there was a creator, whether of ourselves or of our cosmos. If you may wish to assume one, but that's the best you can do. The evidence is all that the cosmos evolved, and the evidence that there was a single mind, purposeful creator of it is nil. There's no evidence for that at all. By all means, believe it, as long as you don't try and make me believe it or teach it myself.
Well, let me say, now that we've got...
On that I have to insist, because that's not a difference of
I will
opinion.
meet you on common ground there, but I would say that many people, I among them, in our own lives, have had experiences that make me believe that there is a God, and make me believe that my seeking God and seeking the guidance of a supreme being is real to me. I'm not going by Moses, I'm not going by Peter, I'm not going by the man that you said was a legend, Jesus of Nazareth. I'm talking about in people's personal experiences with their interaction through their own faith with God can say that you or no one else can tell me that did not exist. If I was only sitting up here arguing with you over scriptures, then you would have points that I would consider valid to this discussion. But I'm not here to defend scriptures. I didn't write those scriptures. I lived my life. And in my life, the existence of God has been confirmed to me in my own personal dealings, and my own faith being vindicated and validated. That had absolutely nothing to do with scriptures, whether they were right or wrong. And again, I pose the question, when you raise the issue of morality, if there is no supervisory being, then what do we base morality on? Is it based on who has the might at any given time? Who's in power? What is morality based on? If there is no order to the universe, and therefore some being, some force that ordered it, then who determines what is right and wrong, what is moral and immoral? You use very religious terms interchangeably while you attack the idea of a God. There is nothing immoral if there's nothing in charge, because everything becomes moral if in fact the species as we are is all there is. We'll determine, let's decide every 4 years what's moral. Most Republicans do, but I mean, let's do it in the sense of, let's just say, forget all of that. We'll decide morality based on every period of time, because there is nothing up there governing it anyway. And you don't have to burn in hell to understand that life has certain guiding posts, waiting on one's birth, your birth or mine, or death to set the framework of morality. I think that is very arrogant. It's also delusional, but it is very arrogant at best.
Again, in reverse order.
Don't look for help from the referee. I'm over here.
I incline in your direction, sir. Said it before. Very suggestive thing that you just said. If there was no one in charge, how would we know how to act morally? This is indeed a very profound observation. It's said in, it's argued by Smerdyakov in the Brothers Karamazov. It said, without God, anything is permissible. Some people believe that. Some people believe that without the fear of divine total surveillance and supervision, everyone would do exactly as they wished, and we would all be wolves to each other. I think there's an enormous amount of evidence that that's not the case, that morality is innate in us, that solidarity is part of our self-interest in society as well as our own interest. And very much to the argument the contrary, that when you see something otherwise surprising to you, such as a good
Got a bit of a
person
problem.
acting in a wicked
Some
manner,
asshole got wind
it's
of what
very
we were
often
up
because
to.
they
Apparently
believe they're
killing a
under
guy's
divine
closest
orders to do
associate
so.
puts a bit of a spotlight
Stephen
on.
Weinberg puts it very well. He says, left
Anyway,
to themselves,
now I'm told they put a price on the
people will do evil
professor's head,
things, and
so
good
we
people
got to
will
move.
try and do good
Now,
things. If
is
you
that
want a
clear?
good person to
Can
do
we
a
get
wicked
going?
thing,
All right.
that takes
And
religion.
remember, professor's paying you, not me.
For example,
Not me at all. So keep him alive. Based on this inmate transfer schedule,
simply do
Bolingbroke
not
are
believe,
expecting
I
a
do
new
not
arrival.
believe that my
One of you is going
Palestinian
to intercept the
friends
transport, make sure it doesn't get there.
think
Two of you are going to be
that
taking
to,
our prison bus
blow
and making your way
yourself
into the
up,
facility in its
outside an
place.
orphanage
You'll be playing
is a
inmate
moral act,
and
or inside
guard.
one
Stay in
is a moral act,
character
or
as long
old
as it's
people serving
useful,
in a tunnel
then
is a
make your
moral
way to
act.
the rooftops.
But anything,
out-
but their
Meanwhile,
mullahs tell
And Mr. Clean here.
and remember,
His tattoo on his face.
It looks like
His sideburns.
no. That looks like
inmate transfer schedule, Bolingbroke are
who's
expecting
that?
a new arrival.
It looks like Keegan from Key and Peele.
Transport,
Oh.
make sure it doesn't get there.
The bald
Two of
guy.
you are going to be taking our prison bus and making your way into the facility in its place. You'll be playing inmate and guard. Stay in character as long as it's useful, then make your way to the rooftops. I'll get on the radio and give you a path to the prof. Meanwhile, the pilot will have picked up the plane and be waiting on the evac in the air. Whoever stole the bus will be bypassing the prison and torching it somewhere discreet. After that, it's just a matter of getting your guy out of the clink and getting him onto the plane. Everyone flies out of there except for the bus thief. Professor Reshkovsky takes control of the plane. The three of you on board take a jump. The professor's out of U.S. airspace and reunited with his precious car. Simple. Should be the easiest money you'll ever make. Speak
Wait. What happens to the bus thief? Does he just die? Change. No. How do I change the fucking... Oh.
You would think, how wonderful, what a gift. But now just let's start sawing away at its genitalia with a sharp stone. Who would give them that idea if not the godly? And what kind of argument from design is this? Babies are not born beautiful, they're born ugly. They need to be sawn a bit because the handiwork of God is such garbage. Well, honestly, this is what I mean when I say that those who think there's any connections in ethics and religion have all their work still ahead of them, and after thousands of years, still have it all ahead of them. More than
So you do not believe. So you do not believe in your long and thorough research of history that atheists ever did anything evil. The only religious people that were driven by somebody representing God that made them do that, and people that came in satanic ways, all of that is rubbish. Only religious people who scriptures of some sort have done wicked things in the history of the world.
I should have raised that question myself, and I realized also
But you didn't, so
that
I
happens.
did, so let's
But I've never yet been in one of them. But I owe you yet another answer. When you say you've had this confirming emotion in your own life, of course, I would not be so presumptuous as to challenge you. Indeed, I believe people, when they say that they've had experienced miracles, I believe that they think that they're obliged to credit as long as they give it to themselves. If I believe that I was saved because once a baby boy was born before mutilated, they discovered that he escaped the female birth canal. Father was a virgin, or at least a virgin child was only one way. And thus I was a sorry thing, by the way, religion's distaste for these regions, don't you find? And something to put you on your guard. Because I thought, okay, now I know that must prove his teachings are true. Doesn't seem to be that they do, but suppose I did. And I'm going to be saved by it. I think that was a wonderful secret. It made me happy. It should make me happy. It doesn't make me happy. It can't be happy until I believe it's true. My children must be taught this stuff. No, sir, no man, no day, no way, no shape, no form. You keep your illusion private. And I hope it does make you happy, and with perhaps something I would. But we're told the Pope's authority to say you can't have a conduct comes from his ability to certify the disturbance of the anonymity. I think it was David Hume who put it slightly wrong. This was again about the virgin birth, I think, which is more likely. But the whole natural order is suspended, or that a Jewish meeting should tell a lie. he an answer to this kind of question? As to the secular bad behavior, well, I used to be a believing Marxist, and I decided to not. I really, it's a very deep, funny, intense, serious question, and very actually secular criminality on the political level wasn't really possible until pretty much the late 18th century, because the religious monopoly on violence and cruelty and torture and slavery and so on was so intense. It has to be said that some of my non-believing forebears seized the opportunity to behave the same way. No question.
You got the bus? All right. Take it to Bolingbroke and avoid attention.
To take the best known case, up until 1917, the Tsar of Russia was not just the absolute ruler and owner of all of Russia and all the Russian people and everything in it, but he was also the head of the Russian Orthodox Church. He signified the Church and the people to something a little more than divine, and so to be a little more than human. Not as high as Hirohito, but a bit higher than the Pope in secular and temporal power. If you were Stalin, you'd be crazy to take advantage of the people who had secular.
You're coming up on Bolingbroke. Hold it together and they'll let you in. You've got clearance.
Couldn't replicate that fantasy about reproducing it, emulating it, trading on it, taking advantage of it. You'd be nuts if you didn't do it. So the answer, I think, which is a very long process, will be a long cultural process, is to try and move people up to a cultural and intellectual level where they are above that kind of
the drug laws are keeping us
where they're not credulous, where they don't take things on, where they don't make gods or idols or images out of anybody, including fellow human beings, and they learn the pleasures of thinking for themselves. How about that for a modest pleasure?
I'd like to use my referee's power to ask you each a question before we open it to the audience for questions.
Okay,
Christopher,
get to it.
my
As long as they
question
think
for
you're
you
an
is
inmate
taking
in a
up
guard, they shouldn't raise the
a
alarm.
little bit for Reverend
I said
Sharpton.
shouldn't.
You keep coming
We got a
back
problem.
to
Air
various
traffic's red
forms
flag the
of
plane and they're
biblical
scrambling jets.
literalism.
If they try to shoot you down, run
Reverend,
evasive maneuvers.
someone might decide not defended anything in the Bible and ask quite reasonably, what is your problem with deism? You've written about Paine, Jefferson, you write your book about Einstein, Darwin, who are arguably deists in a way. What is, since you say yourself you can't prove God doesn't exist, what is your problem with faith divorced from religious text or literally?
Well, religion is not the belief that there is a God. Religion is the belief that God tells us what to do. So, if we had to talk about religion, we are not
So much for that.
theism
The facility's on alert. You move
in
for
the existence of
Rishkovsky.
the creation.
Go west along the walkway, taking a left at the fork.
You can't, as a theist cannot say, I think this universe is so well designed that it implies a creator. Therefore, don't be going to bed with another member of the same sex. Theism, deism, did I say theism that time? Deism, excuse me, is therefore not religion. This is the first for me. I've never yet met someone in terms of who has said that the word that I was going to nothing to do with God. I know there's a lot of laxity in the church, and I've been trying to encourage it, but I mean, it seems to me I could have been pushing at a slightly more well-defended door. Jefferson, who could have been a great paleontologist, a great botanist, well, was in fact all of this, couldn't shake the feeling that the sheer order and beauty of it implied something, and but he had these great discussions with his French counterpart. How come the shells, the seashells, you find them so high up on the mountaintops? What is that? You have no idea.
I thought they were sending professionals. I collaborate and nearly get a ship for the pleasure.
Great day in 1819 is
Just
the
give
day
me.
that Mr. Lincoln is born and Mr. Darwin is born.
Nice. There are some
I know
screws
which
I
one
hope
was
we
the great
run into.
emancipator, too.
Let's go!
Jefferson couldn't see as far. We just didn't have the horizon. Now you can hold to deism. The overwhelming evidence is that we do have.
I was safer in my cell!
Asset acquired. Get to the pickup. The paycheck is in your hands, transporter. Protect Reshkovsky. Officer, you're clearing a path for the transporter and Reshkovsky. Get them out alive. We plotted you a route out of there. Listen up. This is how it's going to work. You're going to clear the area, then Reshkovsky will move up.
Trustee Hughes, I think, very eloquently made a version of the argument John argued of the idea of spirituality. But you haven't spent the time with us. I mean, those two levels is what you do for the moment.
Maybe I read the wrong book. I did not get the book that the Bible is not great. I didn't get a copy of the book that religion is not great. He said God is not great. And I have yet to, after several interviews tonight, address that. That when I read his book and hear him talk, he makes a case against everything other than God. Maybe the name of the book should have been God is not great, I don't think. Or you have the right to think he's great if you just don't tell me. That might have been a more appropriate title. But I'm waiting for him to establish that God, not King James, not Muhammad, not Jerry Falwell, God is not great. So to ask me to defend who I have no personal relationship, no belief in, is I'm in the wrong debate. I think that we can then agree that as long as I don't bother the state scholarly world of history, that I can believe in my God. And he's fine. And I'm fine with that, because I'm certainly not trying to convert his beliefs. I'm just trying to have him understand that he cannot impose upon me how I believe in God by quoting things that I may or may not believe anyway.
I'm afraid we're not going to have any persons tonight. And I wasn't expecting any, although you never know if Christopher is going to start speaking in conference. Let's take some questions from the audience. There is...
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, thank you very much for the discussion. This question is for Mr. Higgins. Based on your prior writings, based on your most recent time out here with you, which you claim the only time you ever prayed to God is for an election, I'm going to ask you this question.
Is that a miracle?
Anyway, the question, Mr. Hitchens, is...
Well, people,
Should...
what people usually want to know was what's it about us.
Not me, baby. Should we, normal, sane Americans, continue to be so bedazzled by a bespoke, off-cam superficialist who just wants the U.S. to pick up the many disastrous pieces of the British Empire and whose understanding of God is much shorter than his penis?
Assuming that that's not a question, let's try another one.
Well, I thought it was. It sounded interrogative. I don't want anyone to think I'm dodging anything.
It might be difficult for me to follow up that one, but correct me if I'm wrong. In beginning to talk, you
we will.
you expressed antipathy towards deism in principle.
They have the asset. Coordinate with the ground team, choose a place to land, and pull them out of there.
In the beginning of the talk, you expressed antipathy towards deism in principle, predicated on this particular interpretation of God as a supreme dictator job. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Now, if I could play devil's advocate for God for a moment, could you appreciate a God who watches us and our actions eagerly with great interest because he created a world where everything is
Pilot, ground team, you need to coordinate and get Rashkovsky airborne ASAP.
Hi, Christopher. My name is Linda Ward Selby. I came from Toronto.
About my penis.
I wanted to ask you, in light of the number of intellectuals and well-educated people and the prize winners that invoke the names of Richard Dawkins, you and others who are speaking out about and liberating us right now? Are they deluded, dishonest, or emotionally dysfunctional? And may I also ask, with regards to your book, you mentioned that at age 9 that you realized that you might have been that had two religious weddings, one Greek Orthodox and one Jewish. Why did you do that? When my second wedding came along, I went to the Justice of the Peace in a real estate office under a stuffed trout.
Now I've got Reshkovsky's paying you to get him out. I'm just a friendly stranger you know very well.
You still don't know. You still don't know how that prayer was answered, though. That's what you might call a premature ejaculation on your part.
Not if I had Mary to give me witness.
I'm sorry, but I only have one ex-wife, and not even she in her most adamant reference to this brother. It might be ever needed. You've had a child with someone. I'm very proud about it. They are rather happy. Just this. On with the show. Skipping lightly over the genitalia. Isaac Newton. Isaac Newton was a spiritualist, as far as a number of weird, in fact, what he did. Joseph Priestley, the great Unitarian and rationalist, defender of the American Revolution, forced to flee to England and Philadelphia after the monarchists and Tories burned his laboratory. Discovery of oxygen. The phlogiston, the most exploding you'll find the coincidence or coexistence of superstition and mania, all kinds of great scientific all over the place. They now be people who are real physicists. Fred Hoyle was actually one of them. Fred Hoyle, the man who in steady state disbelieved what the contemporaries called the Big Bang, was also a man who thought it doesn't matter. What you cannot do is say that your evidence as a physicist will be a coincidence. Whereas, if you were Richard Dawkins, the coherence between what you have found through science and the extreme unlikelihood of the existence of any God is
Reshkovsky's part of something bigger, way bigger. I need to make a few more inquiries, and we'll be ready to go on a job that requires your particular skill set. Don't retire on me just yet.
Sorry. My question builds upon your response. So many people
persistent need for faith. Why do so many people continue to believe that Christopher argues that the species has evolved beyond the need for it? Is that your question?
Well, not quite. What is the fundamental attraction of the illogical?
Say it again.
What is the fundamental attraction of the illogical?
Oh, is it illogical? Yeah. Is it people drawn to listen or drawn to superstition or things that aren't logical?
Let's go in reverse.
All right. Then, well, there's a poem by Philip Larkin called Churchgoers. I don't think anyone here has not read. If anyone who hasn't read that poem will let me do them a favor and look it up for themselves. Perfectly expressed my point of view. A wonderful statement by a great Swedish poet. Experience of teaching church, not wanting to be able to believe, but not being able to dismiss the seriousness of the history of it. I couldn't do that either. I wouldn't trust anyone who did, who had no feeling for this. And people who don't know what the numinous and the transcendent feel like, who don't experience anything, combinations of landscape and music and poetry, and also the melancholy of one's own life, the realization that we're going to die, and that our children actually need us to do so. Other melancholy reflections of this kind are, to that extent, not poetic, not human, not literary, not civilized. But the supernatural adds to this absolutely zero, it seems to me, and in some ways subtracts from its grandeur and its seriousness. So I'm one of those who Pascal is actually thinking about, or was thinking about when he wrote. He wrote to the person who is so made that he cannot believe. There are millions of us. There always have been. There are now. There are going to be many more of us in the future. We're just a little bit fed up of being treated like freaks in American culture.
From my belief, do not believe that everyone believes in things that are illogical. I think that, and there are different theologians that approach it differently. I guess the closest, well, not exactly where I am, but Paul Tillich, that talks about a personal God, would be going in the direction that I believe. I believe in my own experiences, in my own relationship with God. And that is not based on any illogical, unbelievable act. I do not believe non-existence of God. I think that has something to do with man's misuse or use of what is absolutely there, and that is a supreme being.
Thank you. We have a lot of questions. Let's get through as many as we can. Sir.
I wonder if you both might comment on this. In an age when there is so much, as Mr. Hitchens would put it, wonderful secular knowledge that should disprove or replace the value or the importance of religion, all the modern knowledge that we have, why is it that in so much of the world religion is growing rapidly? In the global south particularly, evangelical Christianity is growing at a tremendous rate, and there are plenty of statistics to back that up. And even when people experience the most horrendous evil, they seem to turn in some strong ways towards religious belief. My brother-in-law is a U.S. Air Force chaplain. He served 2 tours in Iraq. He's presently in Afghanistan. He ministers to men and women who have seen horrendous evil and experienced it firsthand. And yet his services are overflowing. He's done many baptisms. Please help us understand a time when the human race should have grown out of all of this. Why is it growing so dramatically? Thank you.
Do you want to first go with that?
I'm happy to yield to them. Well, at the risk of being callous, I seem to have gone inaudible. Yeah. I don't think that we should be paying for chaplains. I don't think the US government should be employing any. James Madison's co-author of the Virginia Statute on Religious Freedom and of the First Amendment, therefore, was very adamant on the point, very clear. There shouldn't be, it's flat out unconstitutional to pay or employ a chaplain to open the proceedings of Congress or to be in the armed forces. We can't have chaplains on our payroll. That's that. People who want to pray can't be stopped, but they can do it. Of all the solitary activities, apart from the search for, never mind. Surely that's one that doesn't need a paid state mediator. It's a negation of the American Revolution. So that first. Second, yes, the modernity, involving as it does a huge exchange of technology and population and innovation in a very churning and vertiginous manner, of course means that a lot of lives have to be lived in a very insecure and risky way. And it's not at all unlike our nature as a species to try and cling to stability, certainty, and consolation in those cases. It explains itself, it seems to me. What is notable, though, is that it hasn't come up in thousands of years with any superior explanation to the old ones. It still is going back to myths that were discredited and exploded many years ago, and these, of course, turn out to be false consolations, whereas the consolations of philosophy and of the aesthetic and of the beauty of science and of reason, so on, available to us all the time, and really able to explain why things happen, why terrible wounds are inflicted in Afghanistan and so forth. No, no, that won't do. Let's, like some absolute loser, find the person who Paley means, who says, finds a watch on the beach and thinks, I don't know what this is for, but it seems to tick, it must be for something, but doesn't understand it. We find this wonderful truffle and open it and look at the chocolate and throw it away and then munch on the wrapper. I don't understand it, but I'm one of those who are not made this way.
I think the core of your question, I think that the more mankind learns, the more mankind understands that it does not have all the answers. And that's why people continue to reach and seek answers that is beyond what even in this age we've been able to discover. I think that is why. And I think that there's also the innate emptiness in mankind to always go back to the core of what made mankind in the first place. And that, to me, is a supreme being. I think that answers the question of why I think the Sorry. I thought you got the Holy Ghost or something while I was saying. But I think that's why you see the rise of evangelism.
That's when it shout and holler.
Whether or not I agree with the rise or not is another question. But I think the quest is inspired because of the increased knowledge has not answered the question of where it begins and what governs all of the things that obviously operate in some order and with some precision. And I must say, at the risk of my sounding callous, it amazes me that it doesn't bother you that we spend $2 trillion in a war we should have never been in. You just worry about paying the chaplains to pray over it.
Yeah, well, you see, I don't love our enemies, and I don't love people who do love them. I hate our enemies, and I think they should be killed. And I think that they want to kill me. And I think we could do it probably with half the budget, or maybe twice, but I'm absolutely sure that there should be no country that has a budget that could threaten ours. And I'm not sentimental about the point. I wanted to have another whack at that very question now.
So the people that preach God and love should shut up and remain private, but killers ought to just go and just kill people that they call their enemies. That's very ethical and
the people who preach Allahu Akbar, the people who preach Allahu Akbar had better find out that there's a stronger force than them, and one that also has unalterable convictions and principles, and that can also be offended, and that they're offended at their peril. That's what I think. Now, to the last question, I just want to have one more run at it.
You already answered.
I know, but if you don't mind.
You tried
twice. When I started hurling myself around like a shout and holler person.
I understand.
That was because
there's no right or wrong with you, so go ahead. Answer 3 times.
The questions that they come and ask these chaplains are, why? Why does it happen that the nicest guy in my unit just took a round through the throat, you know? That I've just been at this village where all the children have been killed, and where you can fill in this for yourself. Why? That's what the question, isn't it? Well, have you ever heard any spokesman of any religion give an answer to that question? They've had thousands of years to think about it. No, they haven't come up with a question at all. Unless to say, as they used to when it was a plague or a war or a tsunami, well, it's probably a sign of sin. You've been punished.
Got a bit of a problem.
The Archbishop of Canterbury
we were up to. Apparently killing
in
a guy's
England
closest
2 years ago says he really worries how God could be so mean as to unleash a tidal wave towards Christmas time in Asia.
Now, is that clear?
You can't believe you're listening to this
Remember,
stuff.
Professor's paying
Now, if you ask
not
me, okay, I'll say, why did this happen? Why did the best guy I know
Based on this
get
inmate
cancer of the
transfer
throat or get
schedule,
mugged or
Bolingbroke are
slaughtered
expecting a new
or whatever?
arrival.
I'll say
One of
because
you is going to intercept the
we belong to
transport
an
and make sure it
imperfectly
doesn't
evolved
get there.
species
2 of you are going to be
where
taking
the
our prison
adrenaline
bus
glands are
and
too
making your way
big,
into the facility in
the
its
prefrontal
place.
lobes are
You'll be
too
playing
small,
inmate and guard.
and we
Stay
bear
in
every
character
sign
as
of
long
a
as
stamp
it's
of our
useful.
lowly origin.
Then make your way to the
Only by
rooftops, out on the
realizing
radio
the
and
fact
give
that
you
we
a
are
path to the prop.
mammals
Meanwhile,
are we likely
pilot
to be
will
able to
have picked
talk
up
any
the plane
sense
and
about
be
it.
waiting on
And if
the
you and at least it cannot increase the illusions they already have. And usually when you go to that village and ask why have the children been killed, it's because someone who believed in God thought that they had it coming.
People waiting.
Okay, I'm sorry. Reverend Sharpton has resisted Mr. Hitchens' attacks on the institutions that relate or claim to relate God's will, but expresses doubt as to how we can have morality without God. So I'm wondering if criteria such as personal experience are all we have without the legislature of shared religious texts, how are we to move on from moral solipsism and actually find morality?
I think that it is Mr. Hitchens that says that we found morality in ourselves, that we know morality. I would argue that the reason you can find it within yourselves is because of a sense of God and a pattern in human character that was there. There's no scientific evidence offered by non-believers as why this morality would be there, other than what it just evolved somewhere that we would have this sense of morality. I don't think that it has to be governed by organized religion. That's all.
Hi. First of all, I just want to say I'm writing a book, and it's called An Atheist Defends Religion, Why Religion Succeeds and Atheism Fails. So I am an atheist, but I defend religion. And my...
Really splitting the difference here, huh?
Yeah. I know. I just lost it. I'm sorry. Well, my question is to Christopher is how you can justify wanting to take something away from people, from 95 that gives meaning to 95% of the American people, and replace it with something that gives meaning to just 5% of the American people.
Well, what an incredibly stupid question. First, I've said repeatedly that this stuff cannot be taken away from people. It is their favorite toy, and it will remain so as Freud said in The Future of an Illusion, it will remain that way as long as we're afraid of death and have no problem, which is, I think, likely to be quite a long time. Second, I hope I've made it clear that I'm perfectly happy for people to have these toys and to play with them at home and hug them to themselves and so on, and share them with other people who come around and play with the toys. So that's absolutely fine. They are not to make me play with these toys. Okay? I will not play with the toys. Don't bring the toys to my house. Don't say my children must play with these toys. Don't say my toys might be a condom. Here we go again. Are not allowed by their toys. I'm not going to have any of that. Enough with clerical and religious bullying and intimidation. Is that finally clear? Have I got that across? Thank you.
Next, quick question.
Yes, Mr. Sharpton. If morality comes from whatever God tells people to do or whatever God says is right and wrong, rather than the objective requirements of human life, then how is God any different than Stalin?
But I never said that. I think Mr. Hitchens said that God tells these people this. I said that God, if there is no supreme being that sets a framework for the world that has a framework of right and wrong, then what do we base it on? Do I think God calls the leaders of the church every morning and tells them what's right and wrong after they read the New York Times? No. I think that there is a framework based on what is right and wrong in humanity by the force that created humanity. And that is not God sending you an email every day or a revelation on a mountain. I did not say that. I think that was his concept of what had happened to some that had professed that. So I can't defend what I didn't say.
I am of one mind with the Reverend in saying that there has been no divine revelation. Then there could not be such a thing. But I'm a little disappointed in you.
I know you are.
Just a fraction disappointed.
I know you are.
But you can live with it.
I
can see
I'll
it now.
try.
You're man enough. You're man enough.
I'll
Okay.
try.
This is a follow-up, I guess, to the last question, but if you need God or religion or spirituality, whatever, to have morality, then how do you explain the high crime rate in the U.S., which is the most religious industrial country in the world, versus Japan and Sweden and other countries that are almost entirely secular?
Well, I think you confuse two things in your question. There, first of all, is a distinct difference between spiritual and religious. You kind of intermingled the two. And I think that those that commit crimes, and I hate to disagree with Mr. Hitchens, are not all believers in God. I mean, to say that that question is logical is to say that every criminal is a God-fearing person that commits crime. I have a feeling, I certainly don't have the data at my disposal as my good friend Brother Hitchens, but I would suspect atheists commit crimes too.
I can absolutely vouch for that.
We're of one mind. We're coming
we
together.
are of one mind. I mean, look, I know. I mean, I just said the question was supposed to be helpful to my side, but I don't find it so. For two reasons. One, it's too approximate. I mean, just as you hear people say something I think is very fatuous, there are no atheists in foxholes. You've heard it. There are very few atheists on death row either. But I wouldn't make that a case for my side. It's just not the way I argue. I do notice that Christians or other believers tend to say, if a baby falls 25 floors and lands with a bounce on the lawn and is unharmed, they attribute it to divine intervention. And if it falls 2 feet off a table and cracks its skull and dies, they just say that's bad luck. I have noticed that tendency, and this is, I think, a version of that. The burden of proof in any case is not on our team, if you will. We don't say disbelief in God will make you a better person or make you more moral. We are arguing against those who say that a belief in an unprovable supernatural will make you more moral. Now that we know is not true. That we know is not true. Because there's not just a lot of ordinary crime committed by the faithful, but there's a lot of extraordinary crime, such as suicide bombing and genital mutilation and many other things that's committed because of and only because of faith.
So the way to get the crime rate down would be to increase atheism and disbelief?
There is no corollary, as I was careful, I think scrupulous in saying, there is no corollary of the atheist side to that. But those who argue that religion is a source of morality have, as always, and as so far this evening, all they're explaining still ahead of them. And that's with 2,000 years of failure to chalk up. Pretty wet performance,
I must
isn't it?
say this, and I know we have some more questions. Atheism has been here for thousands of years too, and I think that just as there is a lot going forward to look for answers from those of us that believe, those that have made thousands of years of careers and books in disbelief haven't answered much either.
Well, if you think that Spinoza, say, or Democritus is just the equivalent of, I don't know, would you say Paul Tillich? I just think you're not comparing line with line. I think our tradition beats yours every time intellectually.
Of course you do.
And our tradition has, we've never had to take anything back. We've never had to say, look, we were teaching the children that the world was flat for too long, we'll have to change this now. We never said you're going to limbo if your child dies unbaptized. We have nothing of this sort on our conscience. And every discovery made by independent, corroborative, disinterested research tends to support what we suspected in the first
But I would
place.
argue that those of us that believe in our own relationships with God and believe prayers are answered does disbelieve that. It's hard to lose something if you put nothing there but just argue against whatever's there is not there. So you start with the undue advantage.
That went straight past my bat, I have to
I know.
I want to take just 2 more questions. Sir, please.
Mr. Hitchens, does man have an innate need for ceremony and ritual? And if so, how does he satisfy it without religion?
I believe that we do, for the most part, have an innate need for ceremony and ritual, yes. I think that seems to be a common finding of all anthropologists in all societies at all times. This doesn't mean that they have to take the form of, say, human sacrifice, though some of the better and more elaborate ones have taken that form. Or, say, the investiture of a monarch, where one would be better off with a republic, and so forth. I mean, the knowledge of these needs or innatenesses is also an awareness that these impulses must be, so to say, domesticated, civilized. Actually, the best argument I know for religion, which is, perhaps I owe an apology to the gentleman I was rude to a few moments ago, which is in a way an atheist argument, is that religion, though it's based on complete falsity and fantasy, does at least give a form and a shape to people's atavistic and superstitious and barbaric and other worshipping tendencies. It domesticates and organizes them. That's what many people believe the Roman Catholic Church has been doing for a while, and I would be prepared to concede that if it wasn't for the teachings on virginity, the denial of the right of contraception, and many other horror shows. But they can put on a good ritual, I'll give you that. But don't go believing that if you put a wafer on your tongue, you're going to change the cosmos. You know, there's no truth to that at all.
We're honored to have Ayaan Hirsi Ali here this evening.
Wow.
And I'm going to give her the honor of the last question.
Yes, thank you. And I've become an atheist, and if Brother Sharpton answers my question, I might go back to faith.
My God, in here.
Well, there's at least one persuadable person.
Mr. Sharpton, you repeated many times tonight that you did not want to talk about religion, you wanted to talk about God. Is it unfair then to ask you to give us the evidence of his existence? Is it, for instance, unreasonable for you to tell us if he or she or it created this world order? Who created him then?
Who created?
God. I mean, what was before him?
Well,
let me finish all my questions.
Oh, I thought you only had one. This is a...
Well, it's important.
Okay. It's a long conversion. Go ahead.
And finally, isn't it odd that you carry a Christian title and that you refuse, even for once tonight, to defend the church and the content of the Bible?
Because we are here to discuss Mr. Hitchens' book. And Mr. Hitchens' book attacked God. And I wanted him to defend his book. His book, unfortunately for your question, did not attack the Bible or Christianity. And I would not want, well, you have to read the book. It does when you get inside. But I think that what I wanted to convey is that there are all kinds of people that relate to God other than the ways Mr. Hitchens may address a certain religion that I respect. You don't have to be a Christian or a Muslim or a Hindu or Buddhist to believe in God or worship God. So that is not the defense against those that say that God does not exist, because that would have reduced the debate to just part of the framework of the book. So that is why I wanted him to discuss with us his whole attack, not just his dogmatic attack, though he clearly does. And I do encourage people to buy the book. It's well written. I don't believe what it says, but it's well written. He's a very eloquent and well-versed person.
Well, it's extremely handsome of you.
Oh, so, but in answer to your first question, I think that, again, to say that one does not exist because I cannot say for sure how it was brought into being. I'm sitting on this stage, you don't know how I was born. Answering God's not there because we don't know who God's father was or how God came into being, I don't think deals with the existence that there is clearly confirmed by some of the scientific data in Mr. Hitchens' book that I again encourage you to get and get an autograph. Is that a ritual when you sign autographs?
Yes, it is.
I think that that
it's more like
I
a
think
sacrament,
again,
actually.
That the existence of God is a sacrilege.
It's more like a sacrament.
It's a sacrilege.
This is America, baby.
Don't put a wafer on your tongue when you get an autograph.
Only going to be nice to people with receipts from now on. That's how moral I am.
I'm afraid we're ending the evening with no conversions, but with a lot of eloquence. And I want to please join me in thanking both of our debaters.
Thank you for watching. Please like this video and subscribe to Answers in Insanity. Check out our t-shirts at thatdamnatheist.com. Hope to see you again soon.
A few years ago, I found myself asking myself the question, what's going to happen to religion in the next 100 years? Or just in my lifetime? What are we going to see? What's going to happen? And I came to the realization I didn't have the foggiest idea what was going to happen. But then, as far as I could tell, nobody else did either. There were a lot of people that had convictions, but there didn't seem to be any way of sorting them out. Just to give you an idea of how sort of strangely uncertain it is, I want to just walk through 5 possible scenarios. There's others, but these are just sort of 5 possible scenarios of what might happen to religion in the next few decades, in the next 100 years, something like this. The first one I want to look at is, well, the Enlightenment's over. You know, religion is gonna sweep the planet. Now, which religion is it gonna be? It's not really clear. Maybe it'll be Islam, maybe it'll be Christianity, maybe it'll be Buddhism. Who knows? Whatever religion yours is, if you have a religion, it probably won't be yours. There are more people who don't want your religion to sweep the planet than who do, no matter what your religion is. So it's worth bearing that in mind. Well, there's one prospect. Here's another one, is that religion is in fact in its death throes. There's some people who believe that, who think that what we're seeing now are the last sort of chaotic spasms, that within the life of our grandchildren, perhaps, it will really pretty well evaporate the Enlightenment anticipation, which was certainly what people thought a few hundred years ago. They were just wrong, but it's going to come true just a few centuries late. And that, who knows, maybe the Vatican will become, you know, the European Museum of Roman Catholicism. Maybe Mecca will become Disney's Magic Kingdom of Allah. Do you think never going to happen, never going to happen? Well, stranger things have happened. After all, here's the Hagia Sophia in Istanbul. Started off as a church, of course. Then it was a mosque. Now it's a museum. And that's in Turkey. So who knows what the future will bring? There's another hypothesis. Let's look at a third. Maybe religions are going to transform themselves into something unlike anything we've seen on this planet. Sort of creedless moral teams with a lot of teamwork, a lot of pageantry, different songs, different colors, different traditions, loyalty. You know, would you want your daughter to marry a Yankees fan? So maybe we'll have a sort of creedless moral teamwork with pageantry. That's a possibility. And of course, there are some churches which are already going in those directions. Another possibility is that maybe religion will just diminish in prestige, more or less the way smoking has. You know, this is, yeah, you can be elected to office if you smoke, but you know, you should sort of do it, you know, in privacy, and you shouldn't interfere with anybody else in the practice of your religion. Maybe we can have a scene where religions are tolerated, of course, but not encouraged, and certainly not in any particular sense honored. There's another prospect, rather unlikely, I'm sure. And then there's another one. Judgment Day arrives. And there may be people in this room who think, oh, that's it, finally he's got to the truth. You know, that's what's going to happen. And if you believe the recent Newsweek poll, something like a majority of our fellow citizens believe that this is true. Something like a majority. And I don't know, 20% think it's going to happen in their own lifetime. Well, now there's 5 scenarios. And what's puzzling about this, what's unsettling about this is the following. All but one of these, maybe all of them, are not just false, but wildly false. Which one's right? Nobody knows. I don't know. You don't know. Nobody knows. And it seems to me that's a pretty shocking state of affairs, that we are so unable to cast our predictive eyes ahead and think about what's going to happen to religion. That was the state of mind I was in when I decided it really is time to see what's happening in the attempt to study religion scientifically. The way we study economies and energy budgets and global warming and El Nino and fresh water and all the other important physical problems, natural phenomena in the planet. We really want to know what's going to happen. We ought to be able to get some purchase on it. In other words, what we need to do is we need to study religion scientifically.
With my voice as of late and losing it on more than one occasion. But the show must go on, and today I would like to talk about the concept of multiplayer-only gaming. This particular topic has been a subject of discussion quite frequently during 2015, and the reason for that is because we have seen quite a number of full-priced or near-to-full-price multiplayer-only titles that completely forego any sort of meaningful single-player mode. This discussion, I think, has been amplified by certain releases, not least of which, in fact, probably the poster child for which, is Star Wars Battlefront, a game that lacks in so many areas, which has resulted in quite a few people pointing the finger at the lack of single-player. The fires of the argument have been stoked by needlessly sensationalist pieces such as Why Single Player is Superior to Multiplayer by This Gen Gaming, Rainbow Six Siege and the Sad Death of Single Player Games by Ars Technica, and so on and so forth, because what's better for making ad revenue than stoking controversy? I am going to take a large bucket of cold water and pour it all over your controversy and hopefully also your enthusiasm so that you can be miserable, jaded, and apathetic like me as we talk a little bit about multiplayer-only gaming. So, first things first, when did the advent of AAA multiplayer-only gaming really begin? Well, there are actually quite a few examples of AAA or close to AAA titles that have been multiplayer-only experiences, and they do go back quite some time. I'm speaking, of course, of online multiplayer as opposed to local, since examples of that go back to, oh yeah, Pong. Yeah, that's a bit old. What we would consider the modern definition of online multiplayer gaming is certainly a relatively recent development, all things considered, but it actually does go back far, far longer than most people seem to realize. There were various solutions back in the day that would allow for online multiplayer, one of the first of which was so-called BBS, or the Bulletin Board System. In fact, it goes back even further than that. There was a system called Plato, which allowed for some limited multiplayer functionality in the late 70s, if you can actually believe that. It does go back way, way longer than most people realize. Indeed, I recall being able to play multi-user dungeons or MUDs through the Telnet client, and of course those had been around since the 80s. I think there's a fairly clear divide to be drawn, however, between the advent of multiplayer gaming and the first multiplayer-capable games over the internet versus the widespread adoption and accessibility of online multiplayer games over the internet. Early services such as The Zone allowed for limited online matchmaking with certain titles, and of course that operated throughout the 90s. Direct connection multiplayer, which allowed for one computer to physically dial the modem of another over a phone line and connect for a 1v1 match, was also available for titles such as the original Warcraft in 1994. But the question is, when did we see development of premium titles that were online only? Well, I think a lot of people would of course be familiar with some of the earlier MMOs. Those subscription model games were some of the first big examples of titles that did not have a dedicated single-player mode. Indeed, these were titles that were actually very expensive to play. Not only did the box usually cost as much as a regular PC game, but you were forced to spend a monthly subscription, and back in the days of earlier dial-up, you were sometimes paying by the minute in order to access the service through your ISP. There's perhaps a not-so-strange acceptance of the business models of MMOs, at least there certainly were back then, simply because these games were so complicated and allowed you to play with so many more people than any other genre. It seemed like the premium was perhaps worth it. You know, it was a high-end experience, a premium and unique experience that you simply could not get anywhere else. And of course, as a result, some people were willing to pay through the nose for it. These aren't really the titles that I would say most gamers have a problem with, however. The titles that have caused the most consternation are multiplayer-only titles which are not, in fact, persistent online universes. They are not subscription-based model games. They are titles in genres that very well in the past may have had a single-player mode, and yet the latest iterations in said genres and franchises forego that mode entirely in favor of multiplayer only. Now, one needs to be very careful with defining the notion of multiplayer only, because almost all of these titles feature some form of single-player content. However, it is usually an afterthought and extremely underdeveloped. What I think we mean by multiplayer-only games are games that lack a single-player, narratively driven campaign mode. Games with bots don't really count. Quake 3 is not a single-player game by nature just because you have access to bots. It was a game first and foremost designed for the multiplayer experience. Was there outcry back at that time because Quake 3 Arena released without any kind of significant single-player content? Well, yes, amongst some people, certainly. Quake before that was known for its campaign mode, although, of course, Quake 1 and 2 both had very robust multiplayer modes as well as a thriving modding scene. However, Quake 3 Arena tossed the campaign out of the window entirely in favor of bot matches and a focus on multiplayer gaming. Regardless of these complaints, Quake 3 Arena is considered a classic, and rightfully so. So where did this recent backlash against multiplayer-only gaming come from? Where did it originate? Was there a specific catalyst? Was there a specific game that perhaps started this particular snowball rolling down the hill? Well, I think it's probably Titanfall. That seems like the most identifiable high-profile title that actually started to cause this general feeling amongst certain gamers that multiplayer-only games were taking over. This led to a number of concerns as well as a number of fears, the most obvious of which being that single-player games were being phased out in favor of multiplayer-only titles. It's very difficult to see the logic behind that particular complaint. It's certainly a slippery slope argument at best, and we have not seen a significant drop in the development of single-player titles. Indeed, in 2015, we saw more single-player games than ever, but that is down to the fact that we generally see more games than ever now in the modern marketplace, especially when you take into account platforms such as Android and iOS. I remember a similar concern years ago that everything would eventually become an MMO. That, of course, never happened, and indeed one could say that MMOs are very much on the decline, with very few successful subscription-based models, and even genre leaders such as World of Warcraft suffering from reduced population. It would, however, be unfair to characterize the complaints and the general feeling of discontent as the result of an irrational endgame apocalypse scenario. In reality, if you look at the current complaints surrounding titles such as Rainbow Six Siege, Star Wars Battlefront, Watch, and of course Titanfall, and even going further back to titles such as Brink and Quake Wars Enemy Territory, you'll find that many of the concerns are actually rooted in the notion of the value proposition. This is not as simple as just saying this game is too expensive. You're going to see that complaint a lot, but it's important to realize where and in what that complaint is actually rooted. The value proposition of a game is highly subjective, and the willingness of an individual gamer to pay X price for Y experience varies on a gamer-by-gamer basis. We see it all the time, whether it be with shorter game experiences such as Brothers or Gone Home, or indeed Journey, whether it be with remasters of older titles. I think every single consumer has in their mind, whether they realize it or not, a bit of a checklist that determines whether or not they feel a product is actually worthy of their time, and that's going to change on a gamer-by-gamer basis based on their preferences and priorities. When it comes to multiplayer-only experiences, however, I think I've identified a few characteristics and concerns that seem to contribute to this overall feeling of multiplayer-only games shouldn't be full price. The first of these seems to be a preconception as to what a AAA game actually needs to be. The industry over a number of years has built up an expectation of the kind of features that should be included in a $60 AAA release. Foremost amongst these features seems to be a meaningful single-player mode of some description. It seems like games can miss out on almost anything else, whether it be local co-op, online co-op, whether it be multiplayer at all. And gamers as a whole will still accept the notion that the product is worthy of $60. This is not a universal truth by any means. There are plenty of single-player only games that have been criticized for having relatively short single-player campaigns and a lack of replayability or alternative modes. However, more often than not, as long as a single-player title has enough content, those complaints will not materialize in any significant number. Nobody argues with the value proposition of a game like Skyrim, Fallout 4, or Witcher 3, and indeed that is the case in many games that feature an open world, despite the fact that quite a few of the activities in many of those games are actually subpar. They're considered to be filler over killer and emphasizing quantity over quality. In my video in regards to Mad Max's negative reviews earlier in the year, I pointed out that many gamers are in fact willing to accept the nature of such activities as long as they get a good number of hours out of their $60 purchase. The average consumer does not have the luxury to seek out the highest quality per hour entertainment. They're often looking for quantity because, let's be frank, video games can be quite expensive. Therein, however, lies one of the most interesting contradictions with perhaps the pushback against multiplayer-only titles when making the value proposition argument based on hours played per dollar. Multiplayer-only titles, in fact, generally have extremely favorable hours-to-dollar ratios. They are played for hundreds upon hundreds of hours, and as a result, one would think that many people view this as great value for money. There is a reason why Call of Duty is bought every single year at $60, and there is a reason why the Map Pack DLC for said game is able to rake in a further $50. It's because the people that buy Call of Duty generally play it the entire year until another one comes out. Despite vocal pushback from many core gamers, the Call of Duty franchise is in fact a great value proposition for millions. The same value questions don't really come up, despite the fact that most recent Call of Duty games have a fairly token campaign that doesn't really last all that long. The interesting experiment, assuming that it would ever happen, is whether or not a Call of Duty game would come out without a single-player campaign at all, and how that would affect sales and perception. Would we have the massive backlash, despite the fact that it is well known that Call of Duty is played primarily for the multiplayer? We unfortunately don't have data for that. We can try and make a comparison, however, to the game developed by some of the head honchos behind the Call of Duty franchise, Titanfall, a multiplayer-only game. The development philosophy and business model behind this title seems to be based on their experience with Call of Duty. Knowing, perhaps more than anybody, that Call of Duty was played primarily for the multiplayer, they believed that releasing original IP with multiplayer-only functionality and monetizing it post-launch via a Season Pass map pack system would work just as well as it did with Call of Duty. And yet it didn't. In fact, on PC, Titanfall has a very small population still playing. If you're the sort of person that really only pays attention to the PC side of things, then the chances are you believe Titanfall is very much a dead game. This, of course, isn't necessarily true. On Xbox One and Xbox 360, Titanfall is still fairly populous and is played by a great number of people. So why the disconnection? Why is there a difference between platforms, especially considering that multiplayer FPS are really at home on PC? Well, to figure that one out, you've got to go back to the idea of value proposition and all of the factors which will influence said value proposition in the minds of the consumer. The PC is the most competitive platform for multiplayer first-person shooters that exists. It has the most active multiplayer first-person shooter games available on the market. Games on the PC platform have a tendency to have an extremely long lifespan if properly supported. There is a reason why Call of Duty 4 Pro Mod is still played 8 years after the release of the title on PC. Titanfall is also competing with first-person shooters that have huge player bases and business models which are severely reducing or completely removing the financial barrier to entry. Team Fortress 2 remains extremely popular. Counter-Strike Go is the most popular game on Steam, and of course is sold at the price of $15, not $60. You don't find people complaining about the lack of single player in Counter-Strike Go. Titanfall is exclusive to a less popular distribution platform, Origin. Titanfall is not available on Steam. Titanfall made perhaps the fatal mistake of attempting to sell map pack DLC in an environment where the player base was keenly aware that the concurrent player count was dropping by the day. People don't want to spend money on a title that they perceive to be dying. That strikes at the heart of one of the key problems that AAA multiplayer-only releases have to face. They face the notion that should a game drop to a certain level, a certain low level of players, the game will become essentially unplayable for those that purchased it. In addition, many modern online multiplayer games lack LAN functionality and lack the ability to set up community servers, meaning that support for the game is not guaranteed past a certain point. If support for the game is dropped, it is entirely possible that the game will become literally unplayable. If server support on the developer's end for these games is shut down, then how exactly do you expect to access the multiplayer? Some games have clever workarounds, and of course the addition of LAN mode to a game like that will allow it to persist through virtual LAN emulations such as Tungle and Hamachi. Many older titles continue to live on through clients such as Game Ranger. However, more and more multiplayer games are being so intrinsically tied into the developer's master server that the death of said title can very much be at the whim of that developer. This isn't paranoia. This is not a what-if scenario. This has happened. There is a history of it. Indeed, EA are one of the most notorious publishers and developers when it comes to shutting down the multiplayer functionality of games. And several of their titles have, of course, been multiplayer only. I recall with great fondness and significantly more bitterness the experience of Battleforge, a collectible strategy game published by Electronic Arts in 2009. It was the last major game released by EA Phenomic, which after a couple of Facebook and iOS games was shut down in 2013 by EA. Such is, unfortunately, the fate of many such studios. Battleforge was a game that not only cost money to purchase in the box, but had further microtransactions within the game when it came to acquiring new units and cards. All of the acquisitions that every player made in this game, whether through monetary investment or progress, are of course now irrelevant. The game was shut down in 2013. All of your progress lost, all of your investment, if you can call it that, wiped off the face of the planet. If you need an example of the nightmare scenario, Battleforge is it. And indeed, when this happened to Battleforge, there was significant backlash that came from that decision. While Titanfall may have very much got the recent fires burning, I'll safely say that Battleforge was one of the earlier sparks and catalysts of this discussion. Every multiplayer-only game on any platform is at risk of entering what's called the death spiral. It's a multifaceted problem that tends to compound on top itself, however it always results from a dropping player base. The lower player base means that the pool of talent is more concentrated. It means that matchmaking in order to get you against an opponent of your skill level is more difficult because the player pool is smaller. It means that the barrier to entry is generally higher. You will be matched against people who are a lot better than you. You will have to learn under harsher conditions, and as a result you are more likely to quit the game. More competitive players are likely to be equally frustrated by this, unable to find players of their caliber to play at the high level that they desire. Games with a large number of game modes generally suffer from this quicker, simply because the player pool is diluted between multiple modes, and the more game modes there are, the less players there are to create lobbies and servers and full games for said modes. As a result, the later you go into a title's life, the more you see the less popular modes simply dying off and becoming unplayable without a fixed group organized beforehand. This is, I believe, the fate that we will see with Star Wars Battlefront. I mean, it's a fate that began at the launch of Star Wars Battlefront, with less popular modes taking longer to find games for and having a much larger spread of player levels when it came to experience, progression, and unlocks. The strange irony of that, I suppose, is that having a large number of game modes is considered a positive within the value proposition for most games. And indeed, a lack of game modes has been cited on numerous occasions when criticizing very recent multiplayer releases. Rainbow Six Siege is a prime example of this. The match-made game mode in Rainbow Six Siege is a 5 versus 5 attack-defense scenario in which teams swap roles on a round-by-round basis, and the first team to win by 2 in a potential 5-match series crowned the winner. This is the mode that you will play on various maps if you queue into matchmaking. There are a couple of other modes available, but they are either single-player or cooperative terrorist hunts against the AI. The primary multiplayer mode in the matchmaking is always the same. And yes, that has been brought up as a criticism of the title. There's a certain cruel irony there as well. One of the other criticisms that is often brought up when it comes to multiplayer games is the fear that the player base will get too small, that it will enter that death spiral. Rainbow Six Siege sort of proofs itself against that by saying this is the mode that you will all queue into. As a result, the population is less likely to enter said death spiral, and it's less likely that a player will have trouble finding a game. Although, of course, later on in the game's lifespan, we will see again the skill gap and the frustrations that come from that. It's become more obvious over the past few years that many vocal core gamers have become more aware and more concerned about a game's lifespan. This, I imagine, is a concern coming from several places. Firstly, it is more prevalent on the PC platform due to our inability to trade games in. Secondly, gamers have become very aware of the historical precedent to shut down game servers at a certain point in the game's lifespan, to essentially kill the game off, and that is outside of their control. They've also become more aware of the associated costs with continually supporting a game, and they know that in many cases, a major publisher will stop supporting a game and then potentially shut the servers down when the revenue stream for that title has dried up. Some gamers are concerned now not with the fun that they will have when they buy the game, but the fun that they may have 3 years down the line after having bought the game. And is that wrong? Absolutely not. Is it unreasonable? No. Is it entitled? Certainly not. We don't use that word. It's a dirty word. That's not to say that some people's expectations are realistic. That's not to say that some people's expectations are perhaps a little bit unreasonable. Okay, in some cases very unreasonable. But there is absolutely nothing wrong, indeed I would applaud, being a conscientious and sensible, smart consumer. I think perhaps the best example in recent memory that illustrates the concern that core gamers have for the lifespan and development cycle of a game post-release has got to come with Overwatch. In a recent interview with Eurogamer, Jeff Kaplan made a statement that, if taken at face value, is perhaps very surprising to some people, but indicates the continued shift in priorities amongst some PC core gamers. When asked a question about the announcement of the full business model for the title, he stated, and quote, "We were really not expecting to be asked what was going to happen after the game was launched. It takes so much work to ship a game. So there we are at BlizzCon, and people are just hammering us, and you kind of realize that, wow, there's a lot of distrust out in the community, because I think a lot of players have felt like they've been burned in the past." He went on to say that in hindsight, he understood where the player stress came from, and it actually seems so obvious. He totally gets, he claims, that players had apprehension, and it was very nice to put them at ease. This is not a new fear for the industry. It's not even a new fear within Blizzard titles specifically. Hardcore StarCraft 2 fans have been concerned for years about the development of the game and what would happen after Legacy of the Void, the final chapter of the trilogy, had been released. They were concerned that development support for the title would cease, and as a result, the competitive scene for the game that they love so much would end up dying out. Blizzard went out of their way, I believe, to try and address these concerns, but it got to the extreme point of some people demanding a way to give Blizzard money, more money, to make sure that StarCraft continued to be viable. They were that worried about the future longevity of a game that has already been out for 5 years. They wanted microtransactions. People were asking for microtransactions. I mean, that's insane when you think about it. If you look at the average gaming forum on the internet, you'll find that it's full of complaints about games that include microtransactions. And yet, here we are, a group of people asking, let us give you more money. Because we're so worried that if your revenue stream for this game dies off, you will kill off the title and move on. Even a company like Blizzard that has historically supported their games far beyond the usual time frame. This is a company that was patching Diablo 2 and StarCraft Brood War 10 years after release. Even they aren't immune to the concerns of the value proposition. The phrase that you've probably read a great deal of over the past couple of years is this: $60 for a multiplayer-only game is too expensive. Despite the game receiving a great deal of buzz as well as very positive critical reviews, Rainbow Six Siege, when mentioned on any forum, is guaranteed to attract those comments. I'm not paying $60 for it. I'll maybe buy it when it goes down in price. A multiplayer-only game is not worth $60. It's a hardline attitude. It's rooted in valid concerns, but I do certainly have the feeling that there are a number of people that are just completely stuck to the notion that a $60 game must include X, Y, and Z. Some of that probably comes down to a growing understanding, or in many cases misunderstanding, of how much it costs to develop a video game. There is an argument to be made that the removal of the single-player element from certain games is done as a cost-cutting measure. And as a result, since you spent less developing the game, you should charge less for it. Some people want to know how the sausage is made. Some people assume that they know how the sausage is made, but perhaps they don't. And there are others that really only care about how the sausage tastes or how much it fills them up. In reality, it's actually quite difficult to come up with a reasonable argument against $60 multiplayer-only titles. The price concerns are in many ways arbitrary. What is the acceptable amount of money that should be paid for such a game? Is it 40? Is it 20? Is it 15? A lot of it's dictated by the standards of the platform that you're on. If we go back to the Titanfall example, think about exactly when it was released, and think about the platforms it was released on. On Xbox One, Titanfall was one of the only multiplayer shooters available. Even now, just over 2 years after release, there are 25 first-person shooters on the Xbox One. Of these, only 11 of them are competitive online multiplayer games. Even now, Titanfall's competition on that platform is slim. And back then, it was competing with Battlefield 4, Call of Duty Ghosts, and Blacklight Retribution. That was it. 2 AAA games and a free-to-play title. It's much, much easier to justify $60 when the scarcity of the game type that you enjoy is so crazy on the platform that you own. And on PC, that scarcity does not exist. Games on PC are cheaper, they're more varied, they're more customizable experiences. That all sounds great, but think of the risks, think of the problems that come with entering a market such as this. PC has a veritable boneyard of multiplayer games that are completely dead. Up to this point, I've really only been talking about AAA titles, but indie games are suffering so much more, perhaps, than AAA when it comes to trying to release multiplayer only. The game can be dead on arrival, the game can be stillborn. If there's not a reasonable player count on day one available for your game, then you got people that will hold off on buying it, and there's your catch-22. If players aren't buying, the player base remains small, but they're not buying because the player base is small, and perhaps expecting the customer to solve that problem themselves is unreasonable. And who can solve that problem? Nobody. It's sometimes not a problem that can ever be solved. Even going absolutely free does not necessarily result in a healthy player base for your game. An example that immediately springs to mind is Warsaw, a very competent competitive arena shooter that's absolutely free. There are currently 39 players online on the weekend in US prime time. There's a reason why so many multiplayer-only games decide to go down the free-to-play route, removing the barrier to entry entirely is a good way of encouraging a constant flow of new players. Implementing persistent account-based progression means that players are more likely to be retained simply as a result of the sunk cost fallacy. Players are generally not so willing to leave a game if they've invested a bunch of time into it and have progress and unlocks on their account to show for it. This is infinitely more true when you add microtransactions. At that point, a player has invested actual money into his account. And of course, the attitude amongst many is, well, if I left now, I wasted all that money. That's not really true, of course. That's why sunk cost is a fallacy, and a dangerous one sometimes. But you can understand people's point of view. I was so unwilling to leave World of Warcraft due to the amount of money that I had spent on it and the amount of progress that my character had gone through. I was unwilling to leave League of Legends for the same reason. Despite this, I think the attitude of some players is that free-to-play games are a safer bet. If we go back to that game lifespan concern, then a game that is constantly updated with monetizable content is more likely to enjoy continued support over a number of years. There are, of course, downsides to this, however. As a player base gets smaller, it's possible that the developers may become further and further exploitative in order to keep the game afloat. Hardcore players, or whales, will be monetized to sometimes ludicrous degrees, and due to their commitment and passion for the game, they may end up spending far, far more than you would ever imagine. If you knew how much I'd spent in Star Trek Online on virtual ships, you would probably vomit. But that game has a hardcore following, and Star Trek fans are anything if not passionate about their particular product. It's a little strange that we've got to this point, although I suppose it's fairly logical. Everybody has an internet connection these days. Everybody has broadband. Online multiplayer is across all fronts easier than ever before to use, and that's on every single format. We live in the generation that is always online, always connected. There was a time that we weren't really discussing tacked-on single-player content. We were discussing tacked-on multiplayer content. In 2007, I bought a game called The Darkness for my Xbox 360. I only later discovered that it had a multiplayer mode. Nobody was playing it. It was underdeveloped, ill-conceived, and dead on arrival. It served no purpose. It wasted development time, it wasted development budget. That time and budget could have been spent expanding the single-player component of the game. Although, you've got to bear in mind that game development is not zero-sum. Games don't have strict budgets. Cutting a component out of a game doesn't necessarily mean that that budget will be available for something else. But sometimes it can be fairly difficult to convince gamers of that. When spokespeople for AAA developers or publishers come out and say, we cut X feature because we wanted to spend more time and more money developing Y feature, we don't know if they're telling the truth. And when games like Battlefront come out, gamers are found scratching their heads saying, well, where did the money that would have been spent on the single player go then? We don't know that. We don't know the budget of the game. We have no idea. But whenever something like that happens, it's going to sour gamers' perceptions of the argument that somehow the single-player content was cut for their benefit. What's the crude phrase? Don't piss on my head and call it rain. Yeah, I think that is fairly applicable in many cases where a developer has come out and said, we did this for your own good. It's easy to lament a change when it comes to a beloved franchise. It's easy if you happen to be a fan of the older Rainbow Six games to turn around and claim that Rainbow Six Siege is worthless because it doesn't have a proper campaign, it doesn't have a proper terrorist hunt mode. It's understandable, but simultaneously it's unfortunate. As someone that was a fan of the older Rainbow Six games and disliked Vegas, my first impressions of Rainbow Six Siege are that it is the game that I've enjoyed most in the franchise since Rainbow Six Raven Shield. The fact that it is not a traditional Rainbow Six game, while a black mark in the eyes of fans, should not, I think, distract people from looking into all of the things that game does very right. I think I have to conclude that the problem with $60 multiplayer games is that of perception. Perception heavily influenced by numerous past failures, and a not unreasonable fear that the game's value proposition will not be fulfilled. In reality, a competitive multiplayer game can have indeterminate value. Some of the more narrow-minded are dismissive of multiplayer games, claiming that they don't have any story. It's impossible to care about the lore. Where is the narrative? And my response to that is, of course, the players are creating it every time they enter a match. And every story is just that little bit different. I think deep down, most people know that. I think deep down, they understand just how much you can get out of a multiplayer game. They understand that having essentially infinite content can be very beneficial. But you look at the history of full-price AAA multiplayer-only releases over the past few years. You look at your Battlefronts, you look at your Evolves, you look at your Titanfalls, and what many gamers see is quite simply a gamble. A roll of the dice. A $60 roll of the dice, where the enjoyment of their experience is not 100% under their control. An experience that, despite being based in solid mechanics and well-designed systems, can be ruined by servers going down, can be ruined by the assholes you play with, or can simply be ruined by having nobody to play with at all. When you think about it, it's really quite ballsy to try and release a full-priced multiplayer-only game on PC, especially when you're competing with free, very cheap, and titles which are less games now than titanic institutions. It's weird to think that Ubisoft with Rainbow Six Siege is actually the David rather than the Goliath. I can't imagine that that's really a situation that Ubisoft finds themselves in all that often. Players can be made to come around to the idea, and I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with it. I don't think there is an arbitrary acceptable price point for multiplayer-only games. I don't necessarily think that multiplayer-only games should or have to be cheaper than your regular title that includes a single-player component. It is a trend that will continue, not necessarily at the expense of single-player experiences, but it is a genre and a business model that is fighting a PR war. Compared to the relative slap on the wrist that Halo Master Chief Collection had for months upon months of completely broken multiplayer, you'd read a forum and think that Ubisoft or Blizzard with Overwatch and Rainbow Six Siege had drowned thousands of puppies and laughed. Such a mortal sin it must be to release a multiplayer-only game. It's okay though, as long as you've got a single-player campaign, we're just gonna let you get away with completely broken multiplayer for months at a time. We're gonna excuse that. This is a battle for hearts and minds. If anyone has the best chance of winning gamers over in it, I think it's probably Blizzard. They have enough goodwill and fan loyalty on their side to do it, and this is in spite of the absolute nonsense that went on with the launch of Diablo 3. It often seems like you'd have to pay people to say nice things about Ubisoft, considering the laundry list of buggy releases, exploitative business practices, and PR nightmares that they've gone through and perpetrated within the last few years. It's easy to turn around and say that gamers are entitled. They think that they deserve more than their $60 actually gets them. They're unreasonable, their expectations are too damn high, they don't know enough about the industry of game development, they are wailing hyper-consumers, obtuse shit-slingers. But those are the arguments of the narrow-minded, the ignorant, the hateful. It's not the consumer's job to come around to this business model. It's the developer's job to convince us that it's worth our time and money. There's nothing inherently wrong with it. But gamers have real concerns, and they're grounded firmly in precedent. If you want this business model to work over the long term, I have very simple advice for those developers and publishers. Build a good game, manage expectations, speak to your player base, and provide the support that these games deserve. Shouting at people for spending the money that's rightfully theirs, that's not going to get you anywhere. And that applies not only to devs and publishers, but those that would defend their games of choice. You attract more flies with honey than with vinegar. Why do so many of these arguments seem to boil down to don't suck and everything will be fine? My name's been Total Biscuit, thank you very much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, by all means feel free to click the like button, and if you did not, your pleasure can be expressed with an angry click of the dislike. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time.
It's not Merry Christmas anymore, it's Merry Bossmas! I'm expecting you to just like pop in front of me any second.
Like...
Ah! Jesus fuck!
Shit. Okay.
You popped out of nowhere! You have like a Santa hat on top of your hard hat. Ho ho ho! Top of the morning to you laddies! My name is Jacksepticeye and welcome to Viscera Cleanup Detail Santa's Rampage. My rampage! And I'm with David. Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm washing my willy. Come here. I want to grab your chest. I want to grab your nipples. Look at your cold, lifeless dead eyes.
I hate this job, man. Fucking hate it.
Okay, so we played a tiny bit already, and these are all his footprints.
Oh
Kitty
my-
cat, kitty cat,
Oh,
kitty cat.
stop, you're splashing it.
You're supposed to.
Places where life can exist are far more extensive than we used to imagine.
Consider this. Just because a planet can support life, does that mean it will? Are we likely to encounter anything as, well, smart as you or me?
Intelligent life, like ourselves, that's just a snap in the full history of the planet.
Have the aliens advanced this far? And if so, are any of them willing to communicate with us? Nova's on the hunt for alien life on this episode of Origins, right now.
Original funding for this program was provided by the Park Foundation, dedicated to education and quality television, and by Sprint and Microsoft. Major funding for Origins is provided by the National Science Foundation, America's investment in the future. Additional funding is provided by NASA Office of Space Science, the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation, to enhance public understanding of science and technology, and the George D. Smith Fund. Major funding for NOVA is also provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by PBS viewers like you. Thank you.
Anyone who visits New York City will see all manner of different life forms. And you don't have to look far to realize that our planet is teeming with a diverse population of living creatures. And for centuries, we've been asking ourselves, how unusual is all this? What about the rest of the universe? Is our little planet Earth the only place where the action is? Are we special?
I find it hard to believe the fact that we're the only people in this universe.
We're definitely not alone. This is not just one universe, you know what I'm saying?
There's like 100,000 million galaxies in the universe.
There's trillions and billions of universes.
Whatever. The point is, it's inconceivable how big things are. To think that we're alone here is ridiculous.
Many people are ready, even eager to believe that we're not at all alone. And that's the view prevalent in lots of popular films and TV shows.
These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise.
It's an appealing fantasy. Star Trek. Star Wars. Men in Black. All portray a universe filled with a multitude of intelligent life forms. Show us the merchandise, you're gonna lose another head. Sometimes they're friendly, and sometimes they're not. Screenwriters have come up with some pretty interesting behaviors for their extraterrestrials. But they often ignore some basic principles of biology. For example, in the film Alien, a human being plays host to a parasitic alien until it's ready to be born. This has long bothered biologist Jack Cohen.
Alien is not concerned with biology.
You can't have a creature living in your chest which is bigger than your heart, and you don't know it's there, and your immune system isn't turned on, particularly if it's never seen a human being before. It doesn't work biologically. But it works as a film, because you see the thing coming out of the chest, and, and it's exactly what they want. It's a horror film.
Another classic horror image of extraterrestrials shows them as giant insects, the alien of choice for the film Starship Troopers. But according to the laws of physics, this kind of anatomy is impossible.
It's like bringing a mouse up to be the size of an elephant. Its little thin legs wouldn't take the weight and they would break. You have to redesign. And it's a lot easier to have a terrifying film with giant ants.
As unscientific as the oversized insects of Starship Troopers are, at least they don't look like people. By far, most films, even the ones with huge special effects budgets, depict aliens that actually look like they evolved on Earth. Because sightings and abductions that show up in tabloids?
I think they have traveled to this planet.
They might have been here years ago, but they became extinct just like the dinosaurs did.
We've been visited. Those lights in the sky aren't all weather balloons.
There are some people who believe that aliens are already among us, but there's no credible evidence. There's nothing in any of these stories that can't be explained in some other more rational way. And of course, some people are just plumb crazy.
But is it crazy to believe that somewhere beyond our planet, life has taken root? Many scientists would say it's not only possible, but likely. One of the believers is Frank Drake.
I first believed there was life beyond Earth when I was 8 years old. Not for any good reason, only because my father told me there were other planets, something like the Earth out there. To my young mind, that meant places just like where I lived with houses and streets and in fact creatures that looked just like me, which was certainly wrong. But I believed.
Drake's childhood dreams led him to a career in radio astronomy, and he soon began wondering whether somewhere among the stars there might exist aliens who, like us, had mastered radio. Hello? Ever since humans learned how to broadcast radio waves, we've been leaking them out into the cosmos. Everything from Duke Ellington to I Love Lucy to the speeches of world leaders is, thanks to our ingenuity, now traveling across space at the speed of light. Drake reasoned that if aliens were transmitting radio signals of their own, we might be able to detect them. And so he created the first experiment for SETI,
You calling for some wheels?
the search
I'm
for
Johnny on the spot.
extraterrestrial intelligence.
It's now survived an on and off and a second
For
on.
decades, SETI astronomers have been scanning the stars of the Milky Way galaxy, searching for signs of advanced alien civilization.
I'll bring it to you.
Aye, I'll get back to work.
Their goal is the ultimate prize in the life-finding game. Someone out there we can talk to.
So nothing to do but sit here and wait for them to call. And on cue, they've called.
SETI faces enormous challenges, not least of which is the sheer size of our galaxy. The Milky Way has hundreds of billions of stars, swirling in a giant spiral about 100,000 light years wide. That's 600 quadrillion miles. So what are the chances of finding intelligent aliens in all that real estate? Early in his quest, Frank Drake came up with an equation to guide him.
Actually, I first invented the equation as the agenda for a meeting. It seemed pretty obvious. It was a meeting about life in space, and I asked the question, what do we need to know about? And I realized if you multiply them all together, you get the number n.
The now famous Drake equation lists the different factors we need to know to predict n, the number of intelligent, detectable civilizations in our own Milky Way galaxy. It includes factors like how many stars have planets, and how often will life become intelligent, and how long a technologically advanced civilization might last.
And if you put scientists' judgment the most plausible values for the factors in this equation, n equals 10,000 detectable civilizations in our galaxy.
10,000 intelligent civilizations just in the Milky Way alone.
That's Frank Drake's best bet, but it's far from conclusive. If you plug different values into the equation, then it's easy to come up with other results. Anything from 1 billion civilizations all the way down to 1, ours. For a long time, the values for most of these terms were unknown. The Drake equation was something of a list of mysteries, leaving the equation unsolvable. But in the last few years, our knowledge of cosmic origins has been growing exponentially, and we're on our way to solving at least some of these mysteries. Take just one term in the Drake equation, the percentage of stars, other suns, that have planets orbiting.
If alien life is anything like us, it needs some solid ground to call home. And so, we want to know how many planets are out there. Depending on who you talk to, our sun's got 8, maybe 9 planets circling around, including Earth. Until recently, we haven't been able to see any planets beyond our own solar system. None at all. The problem is, planets in deep space are rendered practically invisible by the blinding light of their suns. That's the challenge for the handful of scientists trying to track them down. The team of Paul Butler and Jeff Marcy started their quest in 1980 with little more than their own enthusiasm.
We started off with virtually no money at all. The first proposal I wrote for a grant to fund our planet search was for $930 for the whole year.
When Jeff and I started the planet search back in the fall of 1986 at San Francisco State University, to say we were unknown is to overstate it. We were sub-unknown.
The young astronomers were banking on an experimental technique they believed would scope out planets by focusing on the stars they orbit.
As a planet orbits a star, the planet pulls gravitationally on the star, making the star wobble. You can tell a star has a planet, or more than one planet, just by the motion of the star, which ought to be stationary, but wobbles due to the pull on it by the planet.
The star's wobble, created by the gravity of orbiting planets, is so subtle, Marcy and Butler can't see it directly.
Yes,
so they use a special
very
technique.
Nicely. Very nice place you've got. Very,
It's hard to detect this motion directly,
like
so we thought we would use the
remind me of
Doppler
how
effect.
strange Los Santos has become. In
As
my
a
day,
star
the psychos
moves
at least
toward
had the
you,
dignity
the light
to be
waves get
psychotic.
compacted,
Nowadays,
and
it's all
that
about,
means they get shifted toward
home
bluer
furnishing,
colors.
Going straight. Right. Ready?
And then as the star
Because
wobbles away from you,
this
the wavelengths of light get stretched out, and that is interpreted by our eyes as redder.
Very big. Not quite ready yet, but I wanted to see how you're
Even
doing.
using the Doppler effect, the only planets we can
Visa
infer
Bank
would be ones with
franchise.
tremendous
It's nothing too
mass.
complicated. There's no buy-in. Normally, there would be a buy-in.
Marcy and Butler were confident that they had the best method for hunting down big planets and hoped they'd be the first to succeed when the unthinkable happened. A team of Swiss astronomers beat them to the punch. The first planet outside our solar system had been found, but by someone else. Most astronomers were skeptical. Although the planet was massive like Jupiter, the Swiss discoverers claimed it orbited its star, 51 Pegasi, in only 4 days. This seemed impossible. Earth takes 365 days to orbit the Sun, and Jupiter takes 12 years. Marcy and Butler felt certain there must be some mistake.
Almost every year for the last 100 years, somebody's claimed to have found the first extrasolar planet. And the one thing all those claims had in common was they were wrong.
And luckily, Paul, Butler, and I had telescope time the very next week. And we thought, well, we'll just go up and take data on this star, 51 Pegasi, and show that it probably doesn't really have a planet at all.
And when we got back and we analyzed all the data, we were stunned. We were stunned because their claim was right and really was a Jupiter-like planet in a 4-day orbit. We were stunned because this was the first legitimate real planet ever discovered. And that furthermore, that these planets could be much stranger, much more bizarre than any theories that had ever been conjured before.
Marcy and Butler had spent years looking for massive planets, like Jupiter, far out from their stars, with long, slow orbits. Now that they realized that big planets can make a complete orbit in a matter of days, they began to wonder, had they missed something? The evidence for new planets might be buried in their old data, but to find it, they'd need hundreds of hours of computer time.
And we only had 2 little computers. So we ran around madly, trying to borrow and in some cases subverting our colleagues and stealing their computers so that we could analyze all of this backlog of data.
They worked furiously around the clock for weeks, recrunching 8 years of data.
I was literally in my office 24 hours a day for about 6 months, reducing data.
Some nights, hardly sleeping at all, and just making sure the computers were all running. God forbid the computer should sit idle when we could have been finding planets with it.
But the marathon was worth it.
Within a month and a half
Last
of the
one there is a
discovery of the planet
loser.
around 51 Peg, we found 2 planets sitting in our own data.
Oops, sorry.
Right there on
Sorry about the door.
The planet around 47 Ursa Majoris, spectacular, and then the other planet around
Last
70
one there is a
Virgin.
loser.
Planets were finally being found, but they were huge gas monsters circling close to their stars, often in highly elliptical orbits. Scorching hot or with unstable climates, they were friendly to neither life nor other Earth-like planets.
Any poor Earth that got in the way would be slammed to death. I mean, a little Earth anywhere nearby a Jupiter would get slingshot out of the system, or maybe the Jupiter would hit that Earth and probably spell doom for any life on any terrestrial planets in those systems. And it really begs the question, is our solar system with its nice, neat phonograph groove-like orbits some kind of wacky weirdo in the universe, or are there others like ours?
In addition to its neat round orbits, our solar system provides particular shelter for Earth, thanks to the presence and position of Jupiter. Jupiter's enormous gravity throws asteroids and comets off course, slingshotting them out of the solar system. Without this protection, these cosmic missiles would frequently smash into Earth and destroy life as we know it. So if Marcy and Butler want to find Earth-like planets, first they need to find Jupiters like our own.
The holy grail for us is to find a sun-like star that has a Jupiter as far from it as our own Jupiter is from the sun. That Jupiter would protect any Earths that were in there. And of course, the real super holy grail is to find a system that has not only such a Jupiter, but also the Earth itself.
After almost 20 years of searching, things are looking up.
Okay, 101, 472, 11 hours forward. Coming up.
We're finding new planets like crazy, all the time. Every week or two, we find another new one on average.
Looky at that one. It's a beauty. Let's see how that collects on. There's a planet. We have about 700 stars on our program. And I'd say that the thing that's really most amazing to us is how many of them appear like they have planetary signals embedded in them. All right, let's go to the next star.
Roger.
Do you have Jason's target list? I'm moving it right now.
The team is tracking several stars that appear to have Jupiters right where they want them. Far out from their host stars, and in perfect position to shield life-friendly planets like Earth.
We are always following some exciting Jupiters. We don't tell anybody about them, but at any given time we have a half a dozen Jupiters that look like our own Jupiter.
If their hunches are confirmed, then not only are there other solar systems that look like ours, there may be lots of them.
90% of the stars show no close-in Jupiters. Those are stars that could easily have an Earth in an Earth-like orbit. I think of the 700 stars we're following, I would bet at least half of them have rocky, Earth-sized planets going around them.
Just a decade ago, astronomers could not be sure if there were any planets beyond our solar system. Today, we have a much better picture of our galaxy. Jeff Marcy estimates that of the several hundred billion stars in the Milky Way, about 5% have small rocky planets that might harbor life. If he's right, that could mean 10 billion Earth-like planets.
But before you start packing your bags to visit an extraterrestrial neighbor, consider this. Just because a planet can support life, does that mean it will? It's a crucial factor of the Drake equation. Percentage of planets where life does arrive.
On a planet where no life exists, like our own early Earth, how does life suddenly come into being? Is the spark of life rare or common?
25 years ago, most people, when they thought about the origin of life, thought in terms of inherently improbable reactions that would actually occur because of the fullness of time.
Andy Knoll is a paleontologist who studies fossils for clues to how early life evolved on Earth. Before about 600 million years ago, all life on Earth was tiny. Single-celled creatures so small that Knoll and his colleagues do most of their work with microscopes or in chemistry labs. The big surprise is that no matter where they look for signs of ancient life, they find it.
Our planet is about 4.5 billion years old. We have evidence from the oldest rocks that we know of, the sedimentary rocks we know of, that by about 3.8 billion years ago, life had already gained a foothold on our planet.
Scientists haven't figured out exactly how that first spark of life happened. But since it seems to have sparked early on, then maybe it isn't so hard.
Most people think that whether or not we understand what the chemistry that leads to life is, that it's a chemistry that, under the right conditions, will pretty much go and is a fairly probable chemistry, and that therefore life doesn't take billions of years to unfold on a planet. It might unfold in thousands of years or 1 million years. A lot of people think if you can't do it in 1 million years, you probably can't do it at all.
So what is required to get it all started? Here on Earth, the chemistry of life relies heavily on the element carbon. Carbon is one of the most versatile elements. Each carbon atom can hook up 1, 2, or 3, or 4 other atoms. It can even link up with other carbon atoms, creating long chains or rings. Throw in a few other elements and you've got amino acids, the ingredients of proteins, the building blocks of life as we know it.
Carbon is a very useful element to sit at the center of life's chemistry. There's a lot of it in the universe. It's made very easily in stars. It makes very complicated, meshed together compounds which have the possibility of changing each other's properties. You can have a really complicated, complex setup with carbon.
Get in the car.
Very nearly
Mine's
all
armored.
life
Yours
forms
isn't
we come
armored.
across that are matter-based are going to be carbon-based.
If carbon helps make life happen, then there might be a lot of life out there. Carbon is one of the most common elements in the universe.
So if it's got carbon, what else does life need? Lots of oxygen in the air? 72 degrees? We tend to think life belongs in a place that's, well, comfortable for us. But is that really true? In the last few years, we've been finding life practically everywhere on Earth, and not just the obvious spots. Microbes are thriving under rocks, in the driest, hottest deserts.
Life's doing just fine at the dark bottom of the ocean, warmed by deep sea vents. And now, life is turning up in some of the coldest, bleakest conditions imaginable, including the ice sheets of Antarctica and Greenland.
So now that we've found life, not just surviving, but thriving just about everywhere on Earth, suddenly it's looking more likely that life might thrive in lots of places beyond Earth, even if we
want to go down there and get it.
Uncomfortable.
If life is common, then we should be able to find signs of it beyond our own little planet. Unfortunately, the evidence has been elusive. It seems as if one crucial ingredient has been missing.
The most important requirement for life is liquid water. And that's the defining requirement for life in terms of our solar system. There's plenty of energy, there's plenty of carbon, there's plenty of other elements on all the planets in our solar system.
We might
What's
want to
rare,
restart.
and which, as far as we know, only occurs now on Earth, is liquid water.
Yeah, all right.
Liquid water is crucial because it's an ideal solvent. Molecules can easily move around in and react with one another, allowing the complex chemistry of life to do its thing. For years, it seemed that Earth, with its oceans of liquid water, was an oddball, and perhaps the only place in the solar system where life had ever thrived. Then, we started to look more closely at our neighbors. In recent years, NASA spacecraft have sent back images of Mars with stunning detail. And there are clear signs of a watery past.
From orbit around Mars, we can see ancient rivers that are now dry, canyons which look like they had lakes in the middle of them, even what looks like an ancient ocean floor in the northern hemisphere. We see unmistakable signs that Mars was a wet place.
And now there's even more information from NASA's twin rovers that roamed the red planet, taking pictures and probing the rocks for their chemical makeup. The photos reveal clear sedimentary layers in the Martian rocks. And chemical analysis shows they must have been laid down in the presence of water. Mars might be too cold and dry to harbor life today. But if water was once there, then perhaps life was too. And now there's hope that life may thrive even farther out in the solar system.
I think Mars is the #1 candidate for the search for life beyond the Earth, especially if we're going to find it soon. But we do have a backup plan. And in this case, the backup plan is Europa, one of the moons of Jupiter.
A little smaller than our moon, Europa is covered with ice. But there are cracks in its surface, perhaps signs of ice sheets floating in a deep ocean of liquid water. What might be melting the ice is internal friction, created by the gravity of Jupiter and its other moons. Europa's ocean is suddenly considered
I thought you were going to get in.
potential home for life.
Places where life can live and exist are far more expensive than we used to believe. We could make life on planets just like we could. And a little close to the sun, it would be too hot, a little farther away, it would be too cold. And now we realize, gosh, there's a place which has an ocean with 3 times as much water as the ocean of Earth. And the water's warm. That's way out in the solar system. The temperatures are ridiculously low. They could never be that high. So the likelihood of life existing on planets in space has gone up enormously.
So even though we've yet to find life elsewhere in the solar system, or beyond, we're getting more optimistic that life may be widespread. But if life is common in the galaxy, what kind of life could it be?
Is it merely the kind of life we had here for about 3 billion years? Microorganisms happily brewing away, with nothing bigger or more interesting than bacteria. Or is it the complex plant and animal life we find in our oceans, of all shapes and sizes? Or could it be what SETI is banking on? Intelligent life that builds cities, computers, and radio transmitters. We now know that the way we got to this, from something like this, was through evolution. Does that mean evolution would work the same way wherever life appears? Frank Drake thinks so.
Once you have life, evolution goes to work. Life is very opportunistic. It expands, finds ways to survive, finds ways to cope with changing environments. And in the process, it becomes more intelligent. In the long run, you end up with something like us, exploiting technology to live in even more inhospitable habitats.
Drake's optimism shows up in the estimates he's plugged into his own equation. His guess is that wherever life arises, it will evolve into intelligent life 10% of the time. Not quite inevitable, but a fairly common outcome. It's hard to know how likely or common intelligence is when it's shown up so recently in Earth's history.
So the short history goes like this. Life early, but the familiar life that we think of, plants and animals, that is really a relatively recent development on this planet. And intelligent life, people like ourselves, technologically competent humans, it's just a snap.
After about 3 billion years with only microscopic life, Earth finally became home to true plants and animals. And after another 500 or 600 million years, we came along. One of the major mechanisms for all these changes has been DNA, a long chain of molecules that carries the blueprint of every living thing. Every time a cell divides, its DNA makes a copy of itself. And in that copy, there are often some mistakes. Sometimes those mistakes result in an animal or plant that's more successful than its parents. It's these kinds of mistakes that have allowed the tree of life to branch out in so many directions, creating the great diversity we see on our planet. So, if there's life on other planets, does it have to have DNA?
would aliens have DNA? Well, I would be surprised to find aliens with DNA as their heredity, because DNA is a useful molecule. It can replicate, it can do the mirror image bit, it can do the... It's a very useful trick, but other chemicals can do that. And I'd be surprised if aliens latched onto the same one that we did.
To get from microbes to complex animals and intelligent life, you might not need DNA. But there's one ingredient that could be absolutely crucial for the evolution of intelligence. And it may be the rarest of all: time. Some scientists say that the key to our evolution was Earth's long and relatively peaceful history. Among them is paleontologist Peter Ward.
In this big galaxy of ours, hundreds of billions of stars, surely Earth is repeated many places, many times. Why not?
Well, I think that the question is, how much time do we have? For instance, we got to intelligent organisms on this planet after 500 million years of animal life. So you've got a long period of time. Now, that doesn't say you couldn't get it sooner in other places, but you still need finite periods of time. And to me, that is the major argument against there being intelligent civilizations. You can't go from a bacterium to an intelligence in 1 million years, maybe not even 10 million years, probably not even in 100 million years. How many other planets are going to have such long periods of time? Not many, I think.
In the 500 million years when intelligence was evolving, Earth's plant and animal life might have been pushed back to square one. Single-celled organisms with one catastrophic event. At least a couple of times, we came pretty close.
This crater, about a mile across, was made by a meteor that plunged to Earth nearly 50,000 years ago. As violent as that event must have been, it was nothing compared with earlier catastrophes. Just ask the dinosaurs.
The dinosaurs ruled Earth for about 150 million years. They had the size, they had the power. It seemed that nothing could stop them. Then, 65 million years ago, an asteroid about 6 miles across headed toward Earth. In the aftermath of a collision of epic proportions and widespread volcanic eruptions, as many as 2/3 of all living species were wiped out. The big guys didn't stand a chance. Among the survivors were little mammals, and with the dinosaurs conveniently out of the picture, they thrived.
Over the eons, their descendants evolved into lots of different animals, including primates, including us. That's how we got our start. But what if you turn back the clock? What if that asteroid had taken a slightly different course and missed Earth completely? Little mammals may have never gotten their chance because the dinosaurs could still be in charge today. And instead of me, one of them might be hosting this show.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
In some ways, we owe our existence to serendipity. And some argue that this makes the evolution of intelligence far less likely. Our brains evolved through many stages. The little rodents, the early primates, and later on we branched from the apes. This worked for us, but is it the only route to intelligence? Would an alien species have to go through the same steps? There's no way to know for sure, but on our planet, lots of animals have remarkable brains and behavior, including some that are very distant from us on the evolutionary tree. Among them are the cephalopods, including octopus, squid, and cuttlefish.
Cephalopods are mollusks. They're related to clams and oysters, but they don't look much like them at all. And in the evolutionary terms, they've evolved in a very different way.
Roger Hanlon has spent the last 30 years studying the behavior of these animals. Behavior that is their main defense from ending up as dinner.
These animals are a yummy hunk of protein swimming around in the ocean, and once they're caught, they have no defenses. So they have to have a good primary defense. That's camouflage. Don't be seen. Move over to this tank here.
In the lab, Hanlon and his team study how cephalopods, like this cuttlefish, control and change their skin patterns.
It's taking that visual information and translating it to the skin on the back. This is beautiful. Look at that perfect white square.
To see how they apply their tricks in their natural habitat, Hanlon tails them with his underwater camera. His biggest challenge? Finding them in the first place. Octopus and cuttlefish have an uncanny ability to completely disappear into the background.
We all think of the chameleon as sort of the king or queen of color change, but that's not true. A cephalopod can show many more patterns and can show them instantaneously. An octopus can be so camouflaged you literally cannot see it. So every place they go, they are morphing into something that looks a lot like that environment. So here's the scene. You've got a rock with algae all over it. There appears to be nothing there except the swimming fish going by. Okay, so take a look here and just watch for a moment. And there it is. Whoa. Isn't that amazing? This animal was completely camouflaged on that rock, and suddenly it was there.
This remarkable camouflage, changing both pattern and three-dimensional texture, is performed by skin unlike any other animal's.
It's an amazing skin because there are up to 20 million of these chromatophore pigment cells, and to control 20 million of anything is going to take a lot of processing power. We call it a computer. Animals have brains. These animals have extraordinarily large, complicated brains to make all this work.
For Hanlon, the brains and sophisticated behavior of these animals suggest that there's more than just one way to get smart.
Very inquisitive animal. That's quite extraordinary. Even an invertebrate animal related to a clam or a snail can develop an incredibly complicated brain. This is one of the true wonders of nature. It's hard to explain why, but it's everywhere. And what does this mean about the universe and other intelligent life? The building blocks are potentially there, and complexity will arise. Evolution is the force that's pushing that. I would expect personally a lot of diversity and a lot of complicated structures. It may not look like us, but my personal view is that there is intelligent life out there.
But intelligent life is not necessarily life we can talk to across the depths of space. For that, you need technology. As smart as an octopus or dolphin is, neither one of them is going to build a radio transmitter or a spaceship. When paleontologist Peter Ward looks at Earth's track record, the odds for technological aliens don't seem very promising.
There's maybe 30 million species on the planet today. And if we look at the fossils, there are hundreds of millions of species in the past. But only one of them which has risen to technology. It's happened one time out of hundreds of millions of possibilities on planet Earth. One time only. So that's an astronomically small number.
Here on Earth, we are the only species that has mastered technology. Since it's so rare here, should we really expect technology to be common among the aliens? Many would say no. But the folks at SETI continue to hope.
Now, Tom, look at this one, because
Searching for alien signals night after night can test anyone's patience. Unless, of course, you find one. Most evenings, SETI will get a false alarm or two. But one night in 1997, they received a signal so strong and true, it looked as if their long search might be over.
we were observing at another telescope in West Virginia, and we got this signal that started to pass all the automated tests that we use to determine, is it really extraterrestrial, is it just more interference?
The lead astronomer that evening was SETI director Jill Tarter. Following standard procedure, she pointed the receiving dish away from the star where the signal appeared to originate. If the signal remained, it was just a stray transmission from Earth. But when they moved the dish, the signal went away. And when it was pointed back at the star, the signal returned. Excited, the SETI team repeated the test.
We went off in another direction and the signal went away, and we came back and it was there, and we went off in another direction and the signal went away, and we came back and it was there, and it was now getting very interesting.
Interesting because the signal might actually be coming from deep space. The excitement quickly spread back to SETI headquarters in Mountain View, California.
I was back in Mountain View. We were watching the signal on remote monitors, okay? Well, after about 4 or 6 hours of this, still passing the tests, needless to say, our blood pressure definitely was rising.
And I was so excited that exactly what I was looking for was right there staring me in the face.
By now, the star had set. The next night would tell the tale. If the signal returned, perhaps E.T. was finally on the line.
I, for one, couldn't sit down. I was just sort of pacing around. A lot of people were huddled around the computers. Nobody went home. Nobody went out for a burger. In a sense, you know, it could have been an historic moment.
The historic moment didn't survive the night. Most of the time, SETI used a second telescope located in Georgia to weed out false alarms. Unfortunately, the backup antenna wasn't working. So it took a little longer than usual for the SETI team to discover the truth on their own. The signal was coming from a distant research satellite. The champagne remained unpopped. Despite the disappointment, SETI has never lost faith. Its scientists remain convinced that our universe is capable of producing intelligent life on many different worlds.
I truly believe there are signals out there. I also recognize full well that our instruments, as powerful as they are hardly beginning the search. The number of stars we've looked at, the number of radio frequencies, is minuscule compared to the total inventory of combinations of stars and frequencies there are to search. So we have hardly started. We should not have succeeded. Only through a great fluke of good luck would we have succeeded by now.
Humans have been leaking radio waves into space for most of the past century. Compared to the history of our Milky Way galaxy, about 10 billion years, that's a tiny blip. And we've been actively listening for radio signals from distant civilizations for only about 40 years. If the aliens are on the other side of the galaxy, any signal they send could take tens of thousands of years to reach Earth. It's as if the aliens were throwing a dart and trying to hit one tiny spot on this enormous landscape of time and space. Let's face it, the odds of our capturing that signal aren't very good. And yet, who can blame us for trying?
For me, it's the most interesting question. Are we alone? What's our place in this universe? How do we fit in? Are we just run-of-the-mill? Are we totally exceptional? Or are we somewhere in between?
Exploring our own world and the universe beyond has been full of surprises. Just a few hundred years ago, we assumed that everything about us and our surroundings was special and unique. Now we know there are lots of stars out there, many like our sun. We're discovering other solar systems with planets. And the chemicals of life, forged in stars, are abundant in the universe. If those common chemicals have caught the spark of life somewhere else, who knows how that life will evolve, what path it will follow, and whether we'll ever meet.
I feel like I'm 6 years old when I say it. I feel almost embarrassed. I just want to know, are they out there? And all of my science training and math and skills as a researcher kind of go out the door. I just feel that this is a question that is going to be so profound for us as a species, but also individually. Each one of us will have to look within ourselves and figure out what it means to us.
Are we alone? Are we rare? Are we common? We still do not know. But perhaps someday we will. And the answer, whatever it is, will reshape our sense of ourselves and our place in the universe.
The Origin series continues online. On NOVA's website, explore the arguments for and against intelligent life in the Milky Way galaxy. Then cast your vote. Find it on pbs.org. To order this program on VHS or DVD, or the book Origins, 14 Billion Years of Cosmic Evolution, please call 1-800-255-9424. NOVA is a production of WGBH Boston. Original funding for this program was provided by the Park Foundation, dedicated to education and quality television, and by Sprint and Microsoft. Major funding for Origins is provided by the National Science Foundation, America's investment in the future. Additional funding is provided by NASA Office of Space Science, the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation, to enhance public understanding of science and technology, and the George D. Smith Fund. Major funding for NOVA is also provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by PBS viewers like you. Thank you.
I am PBS.
What the fuck?
Some people wonder, how did Einstein think? How do we physicists think? Most of it is when we're quiet, all by ourselves. We stare out the window and have blocks of equations just wandering in our head until these equations fit together, and then we get a sheet of paper and scribble.
It can be very frustrating at times, scribbling equations everywhere. The old cliche of scribbling on the back of the envelope often is true, because that's sometimes all you had around.
He was always thinking in pictures, visualizing things. When his father gave him a compass, he would just sit up night after night watching the needle point northward. It would send chills down his spine.
Einstein once said, "I want to know God's thoughts in a mathematical way." Einstein wanted an equation, perhaps no more than 1 inch long, that would encapsulate all physical laws. The beauty, the majesty, the power of the universe into a single equation. That was his life's goal.
In 1900, Albert Einstein is a 21-year-old undergraduate at the Swiss Federal Polytechnic. That this young man will one day be synonymous with genius was something none of his professors would have predicted.
He would cut class. The professors thought he was a goof-off. As a consequence, Einstein couldn't get a single job after graduation. He even thought about switching fields and selling insurance. Can you imagine opening the door one day and there's Albert Einstein selling you life insurance? What a waste. Einstein thought he was such a loser. He wrote a letter to his family saying that it would be better if perhaps he was never born. Nobody was talking about the young Albert Einstein.
He worked as a substitute teacher in short jobs in various towns. Einstein's father tried to apply on behalf of Einstein for academic positions, and he wrote to a very famous professor and asked him whether he could use Einstein as a research assistant. But there were no positions available.
His father passes away, thinking that young Albert is a total disgrace to the family.
In 1902, the depressed and despondent young Albert moves to Bern, Switzerland's capital, and begins a career far from science.
One of his friends arranged for Einstein to get a job as a lowly patent clerk in the Swiss patent office.
In this office, on the 3rd floor, Einstein spends 6 days a week reviewing applications submitted by all kinds of inventors to the Swiss government.
Given a patent, you had all this information, and he had to strip it down to the essence, and that honed his skills as a physicist. He would very quickly dash off all the patents that he had to analyze.
He didn't find the work very strenuous. It was not so intellectually demanding.
And it would give him ample time to contemplate the universe.
He never would have been very good at a university, kissing up to a senior professor. He was much better at a stool in the patent office, trying to daydream about what is it like to ride alongside a light beam.
From that job, he would launch a revolution which would change world history.
Einstein's idle daydreams will profoundly change the way the universe is understood. In 1905, in what's been called his miracle year, he publishes in his spare time 4 visionary papers, the first of which answers the age-old question, what is light?
The photoelectric effect. This paper, written by this total unknown, showed that light comes as a particle called the photon. We use that in television, we use that in lasers.
In another paper, the 26-year-old Einstein posits something we now take for granted, the existence of atoms.
People didn't believe in atoms in those days, but he proved that atoms can actually make small little dust particles move in a liquid. And he calculated the size of atoms.
These papers would have been a remarkable career for any physicist, but Einstein is far from finished.
He writes yet another paper with the famous equation E equals mc squared.
At the simplest level, this means energy can become matter, and matter can become energy. The tiniest speck of matter holds potentially huge amounts of energy. Unleashing it requires a nuclear reaction, the sort going on constantly in the night sky.
Ever since people began to look up in the heavens, they would say, what makes the stars shine? But it took Albert Einstein to answer the question. Mass, m, turns into E, energy. That is the engine that lights up the stars.
Today, E equals mc squared is Einstein's most famous equation. But another theory he publishes this same year is more important and more controversial: the special theory of relativity. When Einstein was a teenager, he enjoyed imagining what it would be like to ride a beam of light. Now, he returns to this daydream, and it changes his life.
In the spring of 1905, Einstein was riding on a bus, and he looked back at the famous clock tower that dominates Bern, Switzerland. And then he imagined, what happens if that bus were racing near the speed of light?
In his imagination, Einstein looks back at the clock tower, and what he sees is astonishing. As he reaches the speed of light, the hands of the clock appear frozen in time.
Einstein would later write, "A storm broke in my mind. All of a sudden, everything kept gushing forward."
Einstein knows that back at the clock tower, time is passing normally. But on Einstein's light-speed bus, as he reaches the speed of light, the light from the clock can no longer catch up to him. The faster he races through space, the slower he moves through time. This insight sparks the birth of Einstein's special theory of relativity, which says that space and time are deeply connected. In fact, they are one and the same, a flexible fabric called space-time. Sitting alone on a city bus, Einstein believes he has glimpsed a secret of the universe.
For Einstein, space was this place where stuff was, and it didn't do anything. It had stuff in it. And so space combined with time to become space-time is a more dynamic understanding of this arena that everything takes place in. It's becoming more alive in a way. He's saying very, very outlandish and very, very strange things.
Rarely had anything so radical been submitted to Europe's most prestigious scientific journals.
He was a complete outsider to the physics of his day, as he was, being in Switzerland, being a patent clerk, and yet he was ambitious enough to think that he could challenge the whole of the established physics at the time.
You always hope that there will be total euphoria, that everybody will say this is a huge step forward in the subject. But that rarely happens.
Whatever one's concept of time, it passes slowly for Einstein at the patent office.
He submits papers to important scientific journals, the best scientific journals, and hopes for the best. And the best doesn't come for a while.
He was anxious. What was the reaction of the physics community to his great paper? Silence. Einstein got very depressed.
3, 4, 5 months must have felt like an eternity to him.
And then Einstein's papers fall into the hands of perhaps the one man who can fully understand him, Max Planck.
Max Planck is the greatest theoretical physicist in Europe.
Planck was the editor of the Annalen der Physik in Berlin.
The most important physics journal of the time.
Here was Max Planck reading this paper from this unknown physicist. And Max Planck says, there is something here.
Planck recognized immediately that this was an important paper from an important young scholar. The relativity paper was published in June 1905.
That volume, number 17, is now one of the most famous publications in the history of science. At the time, Einstein wasn't even a scientist.
He's still applying for jobs at colleges, high schools, always getting rejected.
We call it Einstein's miracle year. It is certainly not a time that he would describe himself as a miracle year. Miracles convey a sense of something happening easily.
I don't think that Planck knew that Einstein was a patent clerk of the third class. So he must have then become curious about who this unknown Albert Einstein in Bern was.
This unknown Einstein is in fact the father of a one-year-old son and husband to a quiet and serious fellow student from the Swiss Polytechnic, Mileva Maric.
When he was at the Polytechnic in Zurich, he was quite a ladies' man. He would play his violin at ladies' luncheons and cocktail parties, so he knew quite a few young women in his day. But Mileva caught his eye.
Mileva is the only woman in the class.
Here was a physicist. He was smitten.
In a temporary detour from their shared scientific passions, Albert and Mileva are married in 1903. A year later, their first son, Hans Albert, is born. The Einstein family lives in this small two-room apartment in the Swiss capital.
The rather limited circumstances in which they lived were not what he would have hoped for at this stage in his life.
Mileva had always wanted to be a great physicist, but she flunks her exams at the end of her terms at the Zurich Polytech. She becomes a sounding board on all the great miracle year papers of 1905, especially the special relativity paper. She helps type it up, she helps check the math, but she ends up being a housewife.
Einstein is trying to do his scientific work at the same time that he's working 6 days a week.
In 1907, Einstein agrees to write a new article explaining special relativity. But when he re-examines his theory, he finds it seriously limited.
It was called special relativity for a reason, and that was because it really only dealt with moving at constant speeds.
In other words, Einstein's special theory of relativity only applies to a special case, an object moving in one direction at a constant speed. But Einstein wants to understand the real world, and the real world doesn't work that way.
Einstein realized that his theory failed for accelerations. But in our universe, everything accelerates. On a bumpy road, jet airplanes, on a subway car, everything's accelerating. So there was a defect in special relativity.
On Einstein's imaginary journey, if his speed varies at all, his theory, his notion of how objects behave in time and space, falls apart.
His scientific mind wants it to apply to all cases.
Einstein knows that for his theory to work, it has to account for everything in the universe. And that includes the pervasive and invisible force that holds everything together.
Gravity. Gravity is everywhere. Gravity holds us to the floor. Gravity holds the sun together, the solar system together. Where was gravity in special relativity?
Einstein wants to expand his special theory of relativity to a general theory of relativity, a theory that will explain not just time, but also gravity. He realizes he will be fighting more than 2 centuries of scientific thought, and his hero, Sir Isaac Newton. It's 1907, and the 28-year-old Albert Einstein is still a patent office bureaucrat. It has been 2 years since he published his special theory of relativity, and the ambitious Einstein decides to advance an even more radical interpretation of the universe, a general theory of relativity. Doing this will require him to take on his scientific hero, Sir Isaac Newton.
In Einstein's time, Isaac Newton was God.
Newton was the founder of modern science. This is the actual first edition of Newton's Principia Mathematica of 1687. This priceless artifact is the very, very famous book which became the foundation of universal physics for centuries, until Einstein upset the apple cart.
It has been almost 250 years since the apple fell from the legendary tree on Isaac Newton's estate, giving Newton the inspiration to formulate his law of gravity.
Newton said that if an object falls, it's because there's a mysterious force called gravity pulling it down. But you know, Isaac Newton himself was not satisfied by that. Objects move because they're pushed, not pulled. Objects move because they're pushed. So what is pushing this? Newton didn't know. So Newton simply threw his hands up and said, I don't know. So I'm going to invent something called gravitational pull. And Einstein said, no, this theory can't be right.
He was prepared to simply go, I really want to solve this problem. I want to really understand the whole universe.
Max Planck said to him, you can work on gravity if you want to, but there are two problems.
You're not going to be successful. The problem is too hard.
And if you do, no one will believe you.
It's an extremely difficult task. It's not clear where to begin or how to go about doing it at all. Ultimately, the thing that gives him that clue turns out to be his old faithful way of reasoning, the thought experiment.
So it's what you and I would call daydreaming, but he gets to call them thought experiments because he's Einstein.
He's in his office at the patent office, looking out at the window, and he imagined a man working on a roof. And he begins to wonder what would happen if one of those men were to fall off the roof.
And then he had the happiest thought of his life, the inspiration of the ages.
He had a vision. The man will not actually be feeling his own weight.
He would be weightless. And then he imagined, if you're in an elevator and somebody cuts the cord, what happens to you? You fall. But the elevator falls at the same rate you do, so you are weightless inside the elevator. So then Einstein got it.
It's as though gravity's been switched off. What's really going on?
There is no such thing as gravitational pull. The Earth has curved the space around me, and space is pushing me into this chair. Space itself can be curved.
That's crazy sounding.
Space is adjustable.
It's actually malleable. Space and time are malleable.
It's this flexible thing that can be twisted.
You bring an object into space, and it distorts the space around it.
Why does the Earth go around the sun? Most people would say, well, the sun's gravity is yanking the Earth toward the sun in a circle. Wrong. The Earth is going around the sun because the sun has warped the space around the Earth, and space is pushing the Earth toward the sun. He had a new theory of gravity, a new theory of the universe.
Einstein publishes his ideas about gravity. At the same time, his work on the atom brings him increased attention. As a result, in 1911, he's offered a position as a full-time scientist at the University of Zurich. The 32-year-old patent clerk finally leaves Bern to become, for the first time, Professor Albert Einstein.
People start realizing that those miracle year papers of 1905 are probably right. And he starts getting invited to the Solvay conferences, which are the gatherings of the greatest physicists in Europe.
Convened by the Belgian philanthropist Ernest Solvay, these conferences bring together the greatest scientific minds in Europe, and Albert Einstein is among them. In fact, he's the youngest professor there.
He made an impression. He was friendly, he was funny, and he was smart, really smart, and people saw that.
That was also a moment when Mileva must have perceived that she was one.
Berlin at the time was the most vibrant city in Central Europe.
Einstein hadn't been in Germany since he left at age 15 to avoid the draft. He renounced his German citizenship the next year.
While Einstein was in Berlin, mainly to visit colleagues, he was also invited by a cousin.
A first cousin named Elsa Einstein. They had known each other as kids, but Einstein had lost track of her.
Living on her own, had divorced, she had 2 daughters.
She's just the opposite of Mileva. She's not a scientist, she's not an intellectual, but she loves making big old dinners and taking care of Einstein.
They liked each other's company, taking long walks, looking at the boats. And he must have been fascinated by her.
In a good way, in a good straight ahead, low
Einstein
IQ
returns
kind of,
to Zurich.
no, that's too, no,
They exchange fiery love letters.
And at one point, it becomes so strong that Einstein says, please don't write me anymore. This isn't going to work.
He must have felt that this was an overcomplex situation, even for an Albert Einstein.
You will do crowd control. Vault team will go downstairs.
If the mysteries of the heart elude Einstein, the mysteries of the universe trouble him even more.
The curvature of space and warping of space-time, and you scratch your head.
He has now been struggling for 4 years to more fully develop his general theory of relativity.
His theory of relativity is so complicated that very few people can understand it.
Somebody's got to test it.
It's not a testable hypothesis. It's not science. It's science fiction.
Einstein knows he's on the right track towards solving his theory. Now, he must find a way to prove it. It's 1911. For 4 frustrating years, Einstein has struggled to perfect his general theory of relativity. His theory won't be accepted until he can demonstrate this radical concept. Suddenly, he is struck by an idea.
I'll grab the money.
If he can shine a beam of light through an area where space is curved, then according to his theory, the beam of light will actually appear to bend.
Whatever's good.
Light only knows straight lines.
I got the Kuruma too. Got the Kuruma.
What's bent is
hold
space.
the money. Whatever.
What could have enough gravity to bend light? So much. Well, what about the sun?
Whatever is good.
300,000 times more massive than the Earth, the sun is the perfect object for Einstein's experiment.
That's nuts.
But how can anyone shine a beam of light around the sun?
He says light from a distant star, as it passes right next to the sun, and the sun's gravitational field will be bent.
Because space is bent around the sun.
But even if Einstein is right, he'll never be able to see it happen because the sun is just too bright. Except,
when is the sun covered so that we can see what's around it without being blinded by the light? That only occurs during a total solar eclipse.
Here's the sun, and it's blocked by the moon, and suddenly all the stars come out. He figured if you have the sun here, and there's stars way back here, and the light's coming in toward you, it will bend slightly. So to your eye, you think that the stars had gone out like that.
Light going around the sun. That's something that even his mother could understand.
Nobody actually was willing to say without doubt this is the truth until somebody can prove it by taking a picture.
So, who do you turn to? You turn to the astronomer, the astrophysicist. Our laboratory is the entire universe.
by 1912, Einstein believes he is finally on the verge of proving his long percolating and provocative theory.
He publishes this revolutionary prediction and puts the call out to the astronomy world. Go out and measure. He said, go to an eclipse and do this observation. Nothing happened.
He actually wrote to well-known astronomers trying to interest them in doing a test and was a little discouraged, I think, because he discovered, as people often do, that astronomers are busy people with many things to do and don't necessarily drop everything at the drop of a hat, even for Einstein.
It's a frustrating and bitter setback for Einstein. But then, at the Berlin Observatory, a young assistant answers the call. He's an impassioned and brazen young man who's willing to go, quite literally, to the ends of the earth for Einstein. His name is Erwin Finley Freundlich.
Freundlich was in his early 20s. He wanted to make a name for himself. He got a sense that here is my chance. This is new stuff. It's important stuff, and I could be part of it.
I've seen the letter that goes in the other direction from Einstein to Freundlich, and it's all filled with this excitement. You astronomers can do great help to me by finding proof of the relativity theory. And that's Einstein, the human being, who's trying to get somebody to do things for him because he needs him.
And he finds out from Freundlich that he's getting married to his girlfriend, Katja. And they're going to honeymoon in the Alps. So Einstein says, come to Zurich and let's meet.
Freundlich is on his honeymoon with his bride, and he goes to meet Einstein.
He's looking for him out the window, and there he is. There's Einstein. He can recognize him because he's wearing this straw hat, and he's standing out like a sore thumb. And this is the famous Einstein that he's corresponding with this prediction and this great opportunity. And he's going to get to meet him. So he gets off the train and he shakes his hand and they're all animated. And before they can talk, they whisk the couple off the train and they go to Frauenfeld nearby. It's a suburb.
To their surprise, the newlyweds are spending their honeymoon in an auditorium, listening to Einstein speak.
And in the middle of the lecture, Einstein says, we need this eclipse test, and the man who's going to decide is sitting in the audience. His name's Erwin Freundlich, and there he is, and everyone looks, and Freundlich has to stand up and be recognized. And so Freundlich was thrilled, you know, this recognition at this great meeting. On the way back to Zurich, Einstein engages Freundlich in an intense discussion about gravitation while the new fiancée, Katja, just looks at the scenery.
They start hatching up that plan of going to a total solar eclipse.
The problem with the total solar eclipse, of course, is that it's only visible over a small area of the Earth because the shadow of the moon is actually only a few miles wide.
They get these tables and they realize that the next total solar eclipse will occur in the Crimea, which is in Russian territory, on the 21st of August, 1914.
Freundlich goes to his boss, says, look, let's go to Russia. I'm collaborating with Einstein. Will you put the money up? And he says, no way. He just refuses. Einstein is absolutely furious.
Reaching beyond the European scientific establishment, Freundlich writes to the director of the Lick Observatory near San Jose, California, a rugged outpost of American astronomy.
It was a community living on the mountain. They all had their families, their wives were there, their kids were there. They were depending on each other for survival. For many years, it had the largest refracting telescope in the world.
But most importantly, it has William Wallace Campbell, a pioneer of eclipse photography.
In the 19th century, eclipses used to be attended by astronomers who just did visual observations. I saw this, I saw that. They would draw diagrams, and if people disagreed, it was one guy's word over another. Photography meant you can actually capture what was happening and do precise measurements. Campbell pioneered that technique in the early 20th century. Freundlich writes a personal letter to Campbell. He says, there's going to be an eclipse in 1914. Why don't you come to Russia and let's do this? So there's this wonderful correspondence between Campbell and Freundlich, the senior doyen of California astronomy and this little pipsqueak of an assistant in Berlin who's doing this against the will of his boss.
They will be the first to either confirm or to discredit Einstein's new theory of gravity.
This was an important observation. Campbell had a fever in him. He saw fantastic opportunities for Lick Observatory and for America. And he says, I'm going to get this sucker. This is a tough problem, and I'm going to be the one to crack it.
Meanwhile, opportunity is knocking on Einstein's door. His original mentor, Max Planck, is asked by the King of Germany, Kaiser Wilhelm II, to recruit the best scientists for a new institution in Berlin. Planck recommends the young man he considers his own discovery, Albert Einstein.
And they said, if we bring Einstein here, people will look at this and say, Berlin is where the action is. It's worth whatever it takes to get him here.
On July 11th, 1913, two men arrive at the Zurich train station, Max Planck and Walter Nernst, a renowned German chemist. They are hoping that a personal appeal will persuade the rebellious young scientist to return to his German homeland.
Two men, middle-aged guys in dark clothes, get off the train, and they go find Einstein.
they're so different. Max Planck is very proper Prussian, always very well-dressed and well-groomed, wearing the monocle, talking in very formal tones. And there's Einstein, who's refusing, even back then, to comb his hair and dressed in, you know, sort of old coats and however he feels like it, already starting not to wear socks. They make a great offer to him. He'll be a professor at the University of Berlin. He'll be a member of the Prussian Academy. He won't really have to teach classes. He'll have all of the research help he needs.
It was Max Planck. It was Nernst. It was the Prussian Academy of Sciences. It was the entire world of physics that had said no, bearing down and saying, we want you. Einstein did not answer the offer.
Einstein says, why don't you just go take a trip for the rest of the afternoon up the mountain?
I said, I'll meet you at the train station when you come back. I'll be carrying a bunch of flowers. And if the flowers are red, I'm coming to Germany. And if the flowers are white, sorry, no go. Thanks for coming. I've made the argument that Einstein delayed his answer to this question in part because he just wanted to live with the pleasure of it. So deeply saw it. But it's certainly true that this was not simply a snap decision.
As he often does when he has a difficult problem to solve, Einstein takes a long walk.
Terra was comfortable. There was lots still out there. You know, you don't just sort of walk away from that.
His wife really wants to stay.
Why is the guy with the money coming with us? Couldn't he stay back?
They've offered him the greatest job imaginable. There was one other thing enticing Einstein to Berlin.
At some point, he received a birthday card. It was Elsa writing on a postcard. This must have exploded on him as, you know, reawakening all these emotions.
Planck and Ernst come back. They're at the train station. Einstein is there. It was a dramatic moment. It was a self-consciously dramatic moment. There would have been a little dramatic flair there. These hold these flowers. How they look. Flowers. Einstein says, gentlemen, I'll go to Germany. I'm going to become one of you.
By April 1914, Einstein's world is looking brighter. The solar eclipse needed to help prove Einstein's long-gestating general theory of relativity is only 4 months away. And Einstein is on his way to Berlin to join the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute, an elite group of scientists working under Fritz Haber, the Institute's director.
Fritz Haber was one of the greatest chemists of the 20th century. He developed a process that could be used in producing an artificial fertilizer with the help of which millions could be fed. And he was a hero.
Haber and his family host Einstein's wife, Mileva Maric, while she looks for an apartment for herself, Albert, and their 2 children. Haber observes that resettling in Berlin seems to be unsettling relations between Einstein and his wife.
Mileva always was a brooding and somewhat despondent woman. And in Berlin, it gets much worse. Dallying with his cousin, Elsa. Einstein is a very brutally honest guy. So every now and then, he apparently would tell Mileva about Elsa. Then they start fighting with each other.
Not surprisingly, the man who approaches the universe in a unique way has a rather unconventional approach to married life.
Einstein gives Mileva an ultimatum. If you want to stay married to me, you have to do the following thing. It's contract. It says you have to bring me my meals in my room. You have to speak to me only when I want a conversation. You're not to expect intimacy from me. More power to her. She doesn't sign this contract. She decides, no, I'm not going to go for that.
She goes and stays again with Haber, his wife Clara. In that time, Haber is sort of the go-between. He's negotiating.
He's trying to hold them together. He's the one who keeps seeing if maybe they can come to an accommodation. They both respect him.
But Haber's best efforts to save the Einstein's marriage were failed.
Decision to split, trying to do it both, it's not going to happen.
Lacking enough money to support 2 households, Einstein makes Mileva a brazenly self-confident proposition.
He offers her a deal. He says to her, one of these days, one of my papers will win the Nobel Prize. If you give me a divorce, I'll give you the Nobel. Now, this is an amazing sum of money. She could end up very wealthy. She could move back to Zurich with the kids. He is sure he's going to get a Nobel Prize. Mileva's not quite sure. She's a scientist. She calculates the odds. She consults with Fritz Haber. She decides to take the bet. Mileva takes the 2 young boys. And Einstein accompanies her, along with Fritz Haber.
Einstein used to go to the train station, say goodbye to his boys.
He starts crying. Haber's never seen him cry before.
This was a really quite devastating moment for me. Haber was the man who was holding him up with his son.
Einstein has staked his children's future on winning the Nobel Prize, by no means a sure bet. He is dependent on Erwin Freundlich and William Campbell to bring him photos of the total solar eclipse so he could see how the stars seem to move. Shortly before saying goodbye to Mileva and the boys, Einstein has another farewell at the Berlin train station.
There is Freundlich with his 2 buddies about to leave Berlin. Einstein is there. He's very, very anxious.
Freundlich and 3 of his colleagues are lugging 4 astronomical cameras and cumbersome equipment on a long and treacherous journey.
They're going to take a train and go all the way to the Crimea in Russian territory.
Freundlich and Campbell hope to maximize their chances of good weather and good eclipse photographs by camping in different sites. Freundlich's party sets out in southeastern Crimea. Campbell locates near Kiev. They are both determined, despite the frightening and spreading news. And the worst happens. On June 28, 1914, the Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria is assassinated. The German Kaiser declares war on Russia, and Einstein's eclipse expeditions are suddenly in jeopardy.
Einstein is really worried.
Einstein has no way to win.
Didn't know what was going to happen.
And then, deep in the Crimean forest, the war comes to Freundlich's camp.
Freundlich suddenly sees some uniformed Russian officers coming to camp and asking him for his papers. Starts going beep.
Russians come over to see what they're doing and realize these are Germans with a telescope.
And they start tearing down his equipment. Get off my equipment. I have to observe your equipment. These are our possessions. Your country declared war on us. You have nothing to say.
They're arrested immediately. There's no questions asked, and they are considered spies.
Herr Freundlich, you are now a prisoner of war. What? Campbell, an American, is neutral. And the Russians allowed them to continue to observe the eclipse. They had come all this way, spent all this money, survived the fact that war broke out, and clouds ruined their plans. Total failure.
Not only does Campbell fail to get his photograph, but he is forced to abandon his state-of-the-art equipment. Because he is an American, Campbell is not arrested, but he leaves for home a defeated man.
Campbell says he wants to come home by his back door and see nobody.
Einstein and Berlin is shattered.
The expeditions are failures. Freundlich and his team spend several months as prisoners of war in Russia. For Einstein, it is a disaster. Proof of his most revolutionary theory, general relativity, is slipping through his fingers. The outbreak of World War I leaves Einstein's Russian eclipse expedition in shambles and threatens to further obscure the long-sought proof of the relativity theory on which Einstein has labored for years.
The war killed communication between scientists. The open exchange of ideas was gone overnight.
Ties were cut.
Once the United States joins the war, astronomer William Campbell sees things differently.
Campbell dedicated himself to the eclipse problem, independently of his former colleagues in Germany, who he now viewed as the enemy.
In Berlin, the whole atmosphere changed. When Einstein looked out of his window, he would see a lot of patriotism. In his eyes, the whole nation went crazy.
All of Einstein's expectations of the kind of city he was going to live in disappear. They're gone.
Hundreds of thousands of German young men marched enthusiastically.
His best colleagues, Planck and Haber, were enthusiastic about the war.
His close friend Fritz Haber, like Einstein, was born German and Jewish.
Fritz Haber converted to Christianity and tried to assimilate as much as possible. One of his great moments of pride when he actually received a commission from the German army. Really almost unheard of award for a converted Jew. Einstein saw this as ridiculous. Haber said, I'm a chemist. I understand the chemistry of the chlorine atom very well. I know that chlorine gas is poisonous. Can I turn this into a useful weapon? Haber felt he could construct a devastating enough weapon that it would end the war quickly, thus a humane outcome.
The institute Haber directs is turned into testing gas to be deployed on the Western Front. Einstein has an office in Haber's institute.
Einstein was disgusted by the eagerness with which Haber, first amongst his colleagues, but many of his colleagues, went looking for ways to kill people and kill them more effectively.
Haber was one of the first to develop terrible weapons out of the potential of science.
Early in the war, Haber's new mystery weapon, poison gas, is tested on a Belgian battlefield.
Your money? You know,
Haber was there and said,
I will never forget the good times.
Release the weapon.
The laughs we had. You're like
This
family.
low cloud drifts over the battlefield.
And the hike in the
And the
woods.
cloud
All the selfies.
just sort of forms.
Oh, and the time we went rollerblading.
This was
and
the
we
first
watched
time
the sunset
this ever
and we
happened.
stayed up
Troops
all
had
night
seen
talking
things that
and
looked
sharing
much
our
worse than this
innermost
cloud.
fears
And the effect was devastating. I mean, the troops were just blown out of their trenches.
That wasn't you?
Haber saw thousands of
Even the
people
skinny
die.
dipping and the,
Thousands of soldiers, about 5,000 soldiers.
Your lungs begin to fill with fluid, and as the deterioration of your body continues,
drugs.
you can
Oh,
lie
man,
there
the
on
drugs.
dry
I'm
ground, in
I'm
effect,
a
drowning.
medicated man. I'm not well at all.
Albert Einstein
I'm a little
takes a look
embarrassed.
at his close
Okay,
friend and
the money.
his,
Here.
intimate
and
professional
here,
colleague,
and
and says, in effect,
here,
you're
and
pathological. This is
here.
grotesque.
Okay, you better take off.
He writes a
Take
letter to a
care,
friend in
okay?
Switzerland that says, all our supposed technological
Bye-bye.
progress is like an axe in the hands of a madman.
Haber never resented it. And it's so strange that he befriended Einstein so closely. They were living on different planets.
The war posed a big dilemma for Einstein because in his personal relationships he respected and was even fond of his colleagues, but rejected their wholehearted support of the war.
He comes across this very publicly hyped and published document called the Manifesto of 93, signed by 93 leading German academics, including the people who brought him to Berlin and the people he most values, Haber, and above all, Max Planck. The manifesto says Germany had to fight, it was justified and morally acceptable to fight in this war. And this shocked Einstein. In effect, a betrayal. This was the moment when Einstein realized that there were some things about life outside physics that were important enough that he had to actually go out on a limb and take some personal risk to defend. He actually tries to present a counter-manifesto of other German academics who say, no, there's something else out there besides national pride, national competitiveness, national fury. And 4 people sign the manifesto. It goes nowhere, never published, it fails.
He becomes a pacifist. He becomes a war resistor.
And Einstein was nearly alone.
He's isolated. He's being rejected by his colleagues. His marriage is breaking up. He's having a custody battle for his kids. He immerses himself in his science.
The isolation has a positive outcome as Einstein looks again at his general relativity theory. He refocuses on the mathematical equations.
One day, he looked back at the calculation for the bending of light as it goes around the sun, and he suddenly realized his earlier calculation was wrong.
What would have been found had Freundlich done the observation was only half the deflection that's there, half the bending of the sunlight.
It would have discredited Einstein's theory.
It is an embarrassing but serendipitous discovery. For 3 years, Einstein has been urging astronomers to photograph an eclipse, which would prove an equation that he now believes to be wrong. Einstein has always considered the failed eclipse expeditions to be setbacks. In fact, they may have saved his career. The war raging all around him, the physicist retreats to his study.
He had a little apartment, and most of his thinking was done in his study.
Sometimes he can't quite visualize the curving of space. And what he does is he takes out his violin. He said that Mozart's music captured the harmonies of the universe. Playing the violin would help him think.
Einstein had this prodigious ability to sit and think. It was called Sitzfleisch. People who knew him said he had this remarkable Sitzfleisch where he could concentrate on a problem for hours, for days, even years.
In his office are lots of mathematical manuscripts with equations all over. And he's sitting there thinking, walking around, standing deep in thought. He's doing pure mathematics in his mind.
Science is done by the seat of your pants. We have leaps of logic. We have years of wandering in the wilderness. We have frustration. We have pulling our hairs out. That is really the power of genius, the force of will to make all the mistakes necessary to get the right answer.
There was never a moment of, oh no, I'm not going to have a theory. That, because of his ego, I don't think it ever occurred to him that he's not going to have a theory.
What matters is you keep your eye on the prize.
For Einstein, that prize is the Nobel, proceeds of which he has promised to Mileva and his 2 sons. In 1915, he's asked to present his general theory of relativity at a prestigious forum to the most important German scientists. Einstein accepts. But after 8 years of work, his theory still has 2 major problems. It's completely unproven, and the math appears to be flawed. After nearly a decade of work, Einstein's general theory of relativity is still far from finished. His math is wrong, and without the correct calculation, his theory can't be proven. And now, he's scheduled to deliver a paper to the most prestigious scientific gathering in Germany.
Hey, this is Stefan Molyneux from Freedom Made Radio. Hope you're doing well. We have back Dr. Stephen Camarota. He serves as the Director of Research for the Center for Immigration Studies. In recent years, he's testified before Congress more than any other non-governmental expert on the economic and fiscal impact of immigration. You can check out their info and data at CIS.org. Thank you so much, Dr. Camarota, for taking the time today.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Okay, so to reassure or perhaps even alarm the listeners to this program, I wonder if we could talk a little bit about whether or not the refugees, or the refugees from the Middle East, how are they doing economically in America? Because, of course, the fear of a lot of people in the general population is that it's not that easy to integrate. There are challenges in terms of consumption of public welfare goods and so on. So where do they stand in those circumstances?
Well, if we're talking about sort of how immigrants so far from the Middle East have done, then I think it's fair to say that the available evidence says that many of them struggle, at least for the first 5 or 10 years that they're here. The government actually does surveys 5-6 years out of refugees, and if we look at those from the Middle East, I mean, we can only say that their use of welfare programs, for example, is extraordinary. 91% of households headed by refugees from the Middle East access the food stamps program, 68% access the cash program. Of individuals, some 3/4 are basically on Medicaid. So this is a population that's using welfare really higher than any other group, even higher than other refugee groups, which themselves are extraordinarily high. But we do have to remember that refugees are not admitted to the United States with the idea that somehow they're going to benefit our country, but rather they're admitted based on the idea that for humanitarian reasons. So that's important to note, but it's very costly. The welfare costs are only one of a number of very significant costs that refugees create.
Yeah, I mean, I love the idea of humanitarian aid. I also like the idea that charity is voluntary, and of course the public purse is a little bit less on the voluntary side, which I think for some people might raise concerns about the...
Is that music?
It's a good choice.
Hey, well played.
We got no ship. No crew. How are we gonna get out of this one?
We will find hope in the impossible.
Well, at least I won't die alone. Well, that's just typical.
Let's hope this doesn't get messy.
This is where it begins, Captain. This is where the frontier pushes back. What the hell is this?
I know why you're here. Why we are all here.
Okay, let's never do that again.
FlyUS, we founded this airline 30 years ago, and those are the same planes flying today. With a team of flight attendants that are old, resentful bags or angry middle-aged men who failed in life. Fly US. Sit back, relax, and shut up.
Take a dip in the ocean of nostalgia.
This is Los Santos Rock Radio.
Here there's a new fad diet, the Vice City diet, extreme paleo. I love my all gluten diet.